Anybody out there? Can anybody hear me? Got Sergeant Came, and he says, can't wait. Alexis saying, here we go. And Andre Louise saying, we're so back. Hope you're feeling better. I am not... I don't know, it's hard to say if I am feeling any better. It hurts, and it just won't stop hurting. Rib injuries are, like, the worst. I mean, there's a lot of different types of pain that I really, really don't enjoy, teeth being one of them, because, you know, it's kind of hard to do stuff with it. But this one's bad. It's hard to sleep, so I'm tired. So there's that. You can't really do anything to fix it. I just have to keep taking painkillers periodically through the day. Hurts to breathe. All sorts of stuff. But, we're working on it. We're going to be picking up the live stream where we left off last time, which means we're going to be talking to Hans Kapan, because we finished off the side content we were going to do. And today's stream's probably going to be mostly main storyline, so we'll have to see if we're able to get to the Kuttenberg region, because if memory serves, this narrative chunk here can be pretty big, especially if, you know, we die or anything like that. So, hopefully it goes really smoothly, but I am excited because it is, you know, it's two things. It's a very interesting narrative chunk with lots to see and lots to hear and all that sort of stuff, so it excites me a lot. But it's also a big chunk with very little freedom, so, you know, I go back and forth on exactly how I feel about it, but it is what it is. Lexi1397 says, don't forget to like and subscribe. Always very solid advice. Darius Brewster says, been waiting on this storyline live. Yep, we're about to do it. Andre Louis says, oof. Yeah, I'm not enjoying the rib pain, I gotta be honest. It's been a while since I had a rib injury, so I forgot how much I hate it. But, you know, is what it is, as I keep saying. Shakespeare's Buddy says, good morning, DTG, get some marigold decoction for you. You know, wouldn't it be great if we did have potions that healed you like they do in the games? That would be pretty awesome. I'd be interested in that medicine. More so than just painkillers that basically just tell my brain not to experience the pain that it is still in. Marty McFly says, you know you're not supposed to try and milk a bull. Yeah, I know that now. If somebody would have told me that before the rib injuries, that would have been great. Alright, so we're going to be getting started with the main story missions. I'm probably going to do the old mute the mic during any important dialogue. A, because we're doing a bunch of main story stuff, and I know people like to hear that. And B, it'll give me opportunities to adjust myself, like shift around in the chair without making a bunch of disconcerting moaning noises in the background. So, let's get started.
You've come just at the right time.
Looks like we'll eat and drink our fill before going into battle, eh?
It'll be mostly a lot of pointless small talk, if you ask me.
You're not looking forward to the feast?
I'm fed up with this waiting. I'd rather set out right now and wring the fuckers' necks one by one. And above all, I want to put that lying fraud from Nabokov in irons.
That makes two of us. We'll get him. Don't worry. I'm sure Von Burgov has good reasons for caution.
I hope so. And I'd rather get this messenger business off my back too.
Well, get back to enjoying life without the tiresome duties of a nobleman.
You bet. We'll live it up when we get back home. But now, let's go and hear what Sorotto has to say to us.
I'm hoping for some good drink and crispy roast meat while we listen.
Let's go then, before there's nothing but bones and empty pitchers left.
Lord Capon and his page. At last.
Good evening, friends. Join us, please, and sample what our kitchen has to offer. Wench, pour Lord Capon some wine.
We have excellent Hungarian wine, sir.
Thank you. I won't say no. I'll be glad to drink to our upcoming victory over that rabble from Nabokov. And perhaps to an alliance against other such saboteurs throughout the Kingdom of Bohemia?
Well said. Just what I like to hear. What do you say to that, Ulrich?
It is certainly gratifying to hear a young lord expressing such concern for our country's fate.
True. It is admirable that you are determined not to betray your Uncle Hanush's trust. Our agreement stands, of course. But I'd like to remind all of you here that politics is mainly about making the right compromises, not hasty decisions.
We have the same interests, Sir Otto. We'll be happy to help you deal with those criminals at Nebakov. And let's hope that our cooperation doesn't end there. You know better than anyone how many similar bands plague our kingdom.
Well said. It seems Hanush and Rezig have an eye for capable and eloquent servants. As soon as we are finished with that rebel, I shall write a reply to your letter. But now to the business at hand, my friends. We discussed this long and hard, but we came to the conclusion that the best thing would be to catch them by surprise. And for that reason, we will set out for Nebakov at the crack of dawn tomorrow.
And we will string up the insolent bastard who commands the bandits from the nearest tree.
More wine, Lord Chamberlain?
No, thank you. The Lord Chamberlain needs a clear head. He will lead the assault on the fortress.
What? Sorry, sir. But did you say we'll be under Ulrich's command?
Who else? My captain is injured, and I am expecting an important visit. Unfortunate.
Aha. And may I know what the Lord Chamberlain's plan is?
Of course you may. It's nothing.
Also, I'd say that, I'm sorry to talk over the dialogue, but he just said that he's expecting an important visitor. So I know that we were talking about this in a previous stream, but Markvart von Aulitz appearing when he appears or whatever, clearly he was already expected. So we do have narrative evidence that he was already on his way and that von Berghoff knew that he was already on his way.
Needlessly risky.
Risky? Peasants with pitchforks could handle that rabble.
And since I last muted the mic, Jose Gonzalez popped in saying good morning.
Sorry, sir, but I think
And
my
Jessica
lordship
Sargent
has
said,
more
damn, 4
experience
minutes
in
late.
soldiering
Yes,
than your
that is
chamber. He
unfortunate.
fought
But
with
on the bright
violence
side,
in
most of what you
conflict
missed was
with
just
the
our
and the siege of
our
Talbot.
preamble. We hadn't
think
actually
he'd be
gotten
more
into much
useful.
yet, so you haven't missed
I
too
have
much.
no doubt
And
that
Laim
Avon
Disaster's
is
here,
very
saying hello, good folk.
experienced for
Hello
some
there,
time.
good folk. And AJ popped in,
But
giving
I'd
me the
rather
side
entrust
eye.
my forces
I don't
to
know how to respond to that.
more mature. You're not offended. huh?
Joshua Hartnett says, and the finger of God. Well, I mean, we don't know for sure if von Berghoff knew that the
Thanks
finger
to
of
the
God
Lord
was coming.
Chamberlain that this
You know, we don't know
castle
that,
is
but we do know that he was
I have
expecting Markvart von
complete
Aulitz.
faith in his abilities.
My friend, send your servant to the smithy for
Also,
armor and to see if-
secondary question, or not question, but statement.
That's been said.
Von Berghoff's assertion that it makes sense to have the Chamberlain lead the attack doesn't make any sense at all. There are a bunch of other people that would have made more sense to put in charge of this attack, and from a medieval perspective, it wouldn't have to be someone out of von Berghoff's staff.
Promise, sir, that
If he's got any other nobleman, which we know he does, in his army, or even capable commanders at all, judging from the fact that he first would have deferred to his captain of the guards, who could or could not be a knight or a nobleman. It's not a rule. So
I expect you to display
there's no reason
your
for it to be
knightly
Chamberlain
valor
Ulrich
for our
unless he
rightful
has military experience. And if he does, he wouldn't be doing what he's doing. So there's all of that. Let's Commander Jester de Juggler says hello. Lame Disaster retracted his message before I was able to read it. Joshua Hartnett says, guess he wants to get rid of the pesky, cocky Chamberlain. It would make some sense if he was trying to get rid of him, that's fair. Lena said, hey, did you do a lot of side quests in your hardcore run? How do you manage the no fast travel? Yes, we've been doing quite a few side quests, and the no fast travel definitely is a factor. But, you know, we've made it work. I'm thinking before we talk to Hans Kapan, we go out and we do the request. So we go get him his armor, we get the wine, all that sort of stuff. So let's talk to the blacksmith first. Because I've always been curious, because most of the time when I come to him, he's like, oh, I've already given out the good stuff. Should have come earlier. So this is as early as we can come.
You want at this time of night?
I'm supposed to collect armor and a sword for my lord.
Aye, but that horse has already bolted on clean out.
What?
Yes, so apparently you cannot
Lots
come
of other
early
knights
enough.
were here. You should have come earlier, that's all.
But Chamberlain Ulrich himself sent me here.
I'll be happy to give you what's left, but it ain't the best. I reckon you'll have to do the mending.
Gareth
and
Brewster says, you think
sharpening
Markvart is a better swordsman than Henry, given the age and the fact that he's a general? Well, that would, to come clean, or to, I was reading, for us to accurately answer that, we would have to determine what the canon level of Henry's swordsmanship is. At this point, the only canon feats we have for him are defeating Runt in personal combat. Correct? Are any of the other fights from the first game or early into this game canon? Because otherwise it's just up to you. So like me playing as Henry, he's an absolute savage because I sword fight everyone and take out everyone that I come across. But you could do a pacifist run and not fight anyone other than Runt. So like at this point in the story, Markvart's almost certainly canonically a better swordsman, but for the average person playing, probably not, if that makes sense. Shakespeare's buddy says, can you give Hans equipment from your own inventory? Yes, I did that in one place where I gave him way better stuff and very different visually looking, and it did not change anything. He had exactly, or at least visually speaking, the same armor, same weapons. But
look, I don't want to quarrel.
I think
you want something
that the only difference is between the low level and high level stuff you can get, and it's just a slight protection bonus where if you don't get him something better, you end up like it's harder to keep Hans Capon alive during the mission. I think that's the only difference. There's no visual difference. Even if you give him armor pieces that he's not equipped with standard, it like he'll take them, but it won't show anything.
Here you are.
See now? Where there's a will, there's a way. Sakra. If you want something done, you have to do it yourself.
Alright, we got the armor for him. Now let's go get him his wine. Let's check and see if I have dice. Just in case. I do. Good, so if there's any dice games at this section that we want to is it Manietta? Yeah, I think it's Manietta.
Greetings.
Excuse me.
What?
I'm
For that? Forget it.
Skip.
Who locked it?
Nobody.
Sure.
Thanks. Take care. Have a
Real
nice
quick.
evening.
Open the herbs chest. Ooh, speaking of which, I should take a fox potion.
I've opened the...
Really? I won't. Here's some. May the hope. See you soon.
Now, before I forget, let's take a fox potion.
My
So we don't
friend.
miss out on all this potential speech XP that we're still supposed to be trying to get. I have to find my way back up to the thingy. Give Hans and Brabant Henry quality gear during taking French leave. I, oftentimes give them something good, but not anything unique. Right, where is... There's Hans. Let's talk to Hans first before we talk to anyone else.
What is it? I thought a good old feast would cheer you up.
You call this a good feast? Nothing but puffed up peacocks sucking up to each other, pretending they don't smell of dung. And the Chamberlain. My God.
Ah, sod the Chamberlain. He's a conceited idiot.
And how many battles has he won, eh?
You heard Lord von Burgov. He trusts him.
Ulrich is a master of the quill, that's all. By the way, thanks for standing up for me.
You're welcome. I definitely trust you more in battle than him.
When push comes to shove, I won't be paying much heed to that buffoon's orders.
I understand. But this is the only way to get revenge for the massacre by the pond. That band of cutthroats killed our men as well. And we don't have a chance against them on our own.
Maybe. You know what? I've had enough. I'm going to bed. If you want my advice, try not to get too shit-faced. We've got a battle to fight tomorrow.
Don't worry. I'll take care of it.
All right. Good night then, Henry.
Ah, our hero from the past.
It didn't even give us an option to give him the things we went and grabbed for him.
You just need someone to write your story.
Alright, who do we got here? Okay, just musicians.
Hey there, my friend.
I don't want to talk to this guy.
I'd like to compose a ballad about your...
We can talk to these guys again.
I have a question. Certainly. Would I correct... What about...
You know what we should do? We should go through and talk to everyone real quickly to see if we can, get any more speech XP.
Clear. God be with you.
You know, anybody that we can. Who we got here? Bale of Hanko Goathead?
Who got that's
Because I don't want to spend too much time on this section of the story, but I do want to get some extra XP. I figured any dice games, too, we might as well take advantage of since we have 6 St. Antiochus' dice. You know, so it makes it go fast. AJ says, I wonder what Henry did with the Zool armor. I would imagine sold it, since it was heraldic armor, he probably wouldn't want to and or, you know, wouldn't want to get caught or even seen wearing it, especially considering it was the armor of an enemy of his liege lord and father. But I would guess he would just sell it, you know, so he'd have some money. I killed this guy in one of my streams.
How do you? Yeah. Then he's an old and I know it's in short.
Vaughan McCarran says, hey, how are you recovering from your injury? Well, we talked about it briefly at the beginning of the stream. It's a rib injury, so the recovery is long and painful, and there's not much you can do about it. Basically, do your best to avoid heavy lifting, and manage the pain as best as possible. That's pretty much all you can do with rib injuries.
I can't.
Here, see?
No.
Well, even but it's I'm sorry.
That was close. I almost accidentally took Johanka to break our vows of loyalty to
what is yeah, so why
Teresa.
if you want autumn excuse and what but
Vaughan McCarran says leveling up speech up is excruciating on hardcore. Yeah, so far it's been.
Why that and when that's I reckon that's the king.
Like I said, that's why I try not to miss out on any speech checks that we can manage.
Who do you think the most but we on the
Lena says she's so hyped for the DLC. I'm also quite excited to see exactly what it is. I hope it's expansive. You know.
Our hero.
Quadrilla Momandi says broken rib or bruised rib? Bruised ribs and at least one is cracked. So it's not broken, AJ. It's just some bruising and some cracking. These guys waving at me? That looked funny. We'll talk to this putz.
Sorry, but I hardly know anyone here.
First crucial point already. Felt like you just started. I mean, we are pretty early. We haven't even hit 20 minutes yet. Darius Brewster says, will you stream the DLC when it comes out? I haven't quite decided what I'll be doing. I've been surprised by the viewership drop-off in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 content, not just on my channel, but across YouTube as a whole. It seems like a giant audience shift over to Oblivion Remaster, so I'm curious exactly... It's just strange because the first game had longer legs than this one did, as far as like online interest goes. So we'll have to see. I don't. I'll certainly do something. It might just be videos. It might be streams. I haven't quite decided.
Have you heard?
No,
Not that
I noted, sir. If it's, do you know? Then know that pity. Well,
excuse.
enjoy a picture.
Vaughan McCarran says, does haggling give speech XP? I will probably have to grind haggling eventually. Haggling gives you some. It's not a ton. The best one I've found so far was the, you know, assault a guard and then talk your way out of it exploit. It's not a huge XP gain, but it is an XP gain. So, it works, especially if you're using Henry's Fox, but definitely still a very slow process. Oof. Neil Daniel says, is there going to be a Blacksmith DLC? Yes, there is. And I'm hoping it is large and high quality. Hey, look at that. We didn't somnambulate. I was partially curious as to if that was a possibility at this point in the game.
I've got your armor and wine for the journey.
UV says you get +7 to speech on Henry's Fox. Haggling give little speech XP. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is we're already to the point where... Oh, look at all this level 1 and level 2 garbage. We're already to the point where with our Henry's Fox, we're at we're getting 28 rating on most of our speech skill checks. So it's definitely manageable already.
What do you mean?
Quadratula Momandi says, not sure why the hype for Oblivion. It's been surprising. Now, don't get me wrong, I've been playing it and I've been enjoying it a lot because A, I like Oblivion, and B, it's a pretty solid remaster. But it doesn't compare to KCD2. But yeah, it's been getting shocking viewership online.
But so what? Let's go. Can't wait to put that.
Vaughan McCarran says people's attention span is really short lately. Yeah, and that's a compounding problem that's likely to only get worse as time goes on.
I agree. It certainly won't be a long siege. Nebakov isn't Talmberg.
Exactly.
Yeah, Commander Jester to Juggler. I hope that people are playing KCD2 because it's a extremely stellar game. I do think that
Can't wait to repay them for their kindness.
as the DLCs come out, more and more people will get the game, especially if it goes on sale. Because remember, there are lots of people out there who 70, 80 bucks is a lot for a game. So once it starts getting down into the 30 to 40 range, you open up a whole new market of people who would rather play the game once all the bugs are polished out, and in a case like this, once all the DLCs are out. So games like this do typically have 2 or 3 lives as far as the online sphere goes. Mark Zuckerberg says, you also used to be able to forever spam Ask the Troskovitz bailiff for news and would always earn XP. That would have been a good exploit to have. Commander Jester de Juggler says, the hype for Oblivion comes from 30-plus aged fans like myself that finally have the opportunity to play Oblivion in HD, and new fans. Oh no, I get how it's popular. Because it is, in my opinion, possibly the best Elder Scrolls game ever made, and now it's been modernized. So there's a lot of people out there who have never played it, who get to play it now. And there's a lot of people like those of us that are old enough who played it way back then, but want to play it again, but this time modernized. So no, I've been having fun with it.
I can't say what an honor it is.
Yeah, UV, that's the thing. It's not worth giving him better gear because he says exactly the same thing and he looks exactly the same thing. Andre Lewis says, sorry to know your viewership is going down. I mean, across the channel, my viewership is fairly solid, but remember, I've got a lot of videos. It's just that when I look at the trends for specifically Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, that has nosedived. It's just fallen off a cliff. So,
to battle, gentlemen.
There's that.
Open the gate.
I got so annoyed at this point in the game when I played it my first time. Oh, well, let's enjoy the cutscene.
That outlaw and his band really fucked with us last time, eh?
I'm just hoping he won't fuck with us again now.
There aren't enough of them that can tackle this kind of force.
True enough.
And to think, I drank a toast with that fucker. Christ.
I hope you enjoyed your wine, Lord Capon. since old Nebak was chewing on dry straw in his own cellars.
Don't you worry, Chamberlain. I'll see to that sneaky fucker in person.
You two are pathetic. I get the impression you're afraid to go into these woods, even with an army around you.
Yeah, I think I can see now why your lord barely escaped with his life. Maybe his captain underestimated the foe as light-heartedly as you.
Weigh your words carefully, young man. You didn't fare any better yourselves.
Yeah, that's exactly why I'll be a lot more...
Oh, now we're into it. Yeah, what I was gonna say before was I was annoyed at this point in in my first playthrough because I had spent so much time trying to find like decent armor and cool stuff, but it was so limited in the first section of the game. And then I see this cutscene with all these people wearing way better armor and much cooler and more unique looking armor. I was so annoyed. I was like, where the hell were these guys when I was murdering everyone trying to find a better Cuirass? All right, let's Alright, where are they all at? I'm glad we got that high-level broadsword. Ooh, there we go. I knew there was good jewelry in this section. Most of the people on the ground don't really have anything particularly cool. You know, some of them will have unique shields or stuff. Look at that, Nobleman's Letter of the Captain Dub. What a weird name. But some of them will have decent amounts of groschen on them. Some of them will have unique jewelry, all sorts of stuff like that. I know in my first playthrough I went through and looted all of them, and then I limped, you know, real slowly to get out of here. But, whoopsie doodle. Neil Daniel says, love this game, but KCD1 combat-wise was better. Ha! I just got shot by a gun. He actually hit me. Oh, we shot that guy, but he didn't. Ah, there we go. Got that guy right in the chest. Haha! Got him. This soldier looks interesting. Same shield we've already grabbed. Ah. Nothing particularly cool. I typically just, now when I play through, I'll look through the actual named characters for anything somewhat unique. Calm down, Henry. I've also never had Hans die prior to the point where we get way out of the forest and, you know, he actually gets surrounded or whatever. That's the first time where he actually seems to be in any major danger. Got another battle bolt, eh? That's really weak. Only does 50 damage. Anyway. I saw someone comment before, they were talking about how the only major struggle that they've had so far with hardcore mode, even with all the negative perks, is oh, that's not what I wanted.
My God!
Henry! Grab the Chamberlain and let's get out of here! We have to get away!
It's not giving me any options to do anything.
I'm here. I'll help you.
Is it because I have my crossbow out?
Whoresons! Bastards! Curse!
I also don't like that you can't loot the Chamberlain. It's kind of annoying.
K-Pod, where the hell is he? I have to go to him.
Dave Zell says, hope you're feeling better, Brother Nico. I am, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm feeling fairly the same. I have not improved too much, but, you know, that's the nature of rib injuries, as it were. Pretty much just kind of have to let your body heal, and that can take a lot of time. Hey, look at that! Hans Capon died. I really hope, I have to go through all that again. Oh my gosh. Alright, well we're gonna have to be a little bit more proactive with our protection of Hans Kapan this time through. Good thing is these bandits aren't particularly high level. Let's just find that one knight that well, I like the shield too. But yeah, we'll grab this, and then it was this guy here was the one with the special. Well, he's got the Von Bergov shield, which is cool. But okay, now we'll actually focus. Hans dying should be an achievement. Yeah, congratulations, you killed Hans. Got that guy with a hip shot, and he died on the first shot this time. Oh, that guy died on the first shot too. I guess if we keep more of the soldiers alive that are with him, why are they running back that way? Oh, that guy's a Nabokov bandit. I remember someone in a previous stream talking about shooting all of the archers up along the sides and it not being possible with a crossbow, so I guess we'll be seeing how possible it is in this stream. Got that guy right in the wiener. On the bright side, our accuracy isn't too bad.
Henry, grab the Chamberlain and let's get out of here. We have to get away. So help him.
I'm here. I'll help you.
Yeah, with this part, I just basically have to wait for him to get out and then die. Haha, he's dead.
Let's get out of here.
Are you yanking Hans's pizzle? Diamond rarity achievement. It would be cool if they had, like, different rarities for achievements. I remember back... Ooh, these ones are some longer shots. Got him, though.
K-Pod, where the hell is he? I have to go to him.
Ouch! Didn't like that. I just took a lot of damage. Oh, never mind. No, I didn't. My, armor must have absorbed it. There, now we got him. Yeah, someone just, Mark Zuckerberg commented that my stream viewership has dropped from, like, oh, damn. Wow, so clearly I'm going to have to try a little bit harder to actually stay with Hans Kapan in this. Well, I mean, it makes sense that they've actually made it slightly more challenging. I got too comfortable playing it in regular mode. Almost called it regular core. Yeah, as far as stream viewership, best thing you can do to help the stream is like the stream, like click the like button, and then of course participating in the chat, because that's how YouTube determines who they want to show the stream to. It's one of the things I learned a long time ago with being on YouTube here, is that there's a certain level of like success that you can obtain on YouTube from quality, and there's certain levels you can get from consistency, and that's even higher than quality, unfortunately. But then the rest of it just comes down to interaction. If you don't have interaction, the algorithm, it's not that it just doesn't promote you, it's that it actively suppresses you. It will, people that would normally click on your streams will be funneled to other streams. Andre Louis says I'm feeling quite participating.
Where the hell is he?
For me, I just, like I said, when I learned that, it basically became a less of a thing that I was concerned about. I just realized, okay, this thing's not getting views anymore, and then I just stopped doing whatever that thing is.
Where the hell is he?
Because the problem is, it's not just like, well, keep doing it if you like it, because it affects the channel. If I keep doing things that actively do not get views and people are not, I should probably take my sword out, are not participating in them, liking them, commenting on them, or whatever, every single video I upload like that, or stream that I do like that, ends up hurting the channel more and more. So, you know, once I get to a point when the views drop and all that sort of thing happens, I have to stop covering that thing, or my channel will suffer from it for a long time.
So help him.
I'm here.
Vagan McCarran says 5 more people came to the stream from spamming. AJ says when the DLCs drop, the views will go up again. I mean, hopefully. I usually have a pretty fast way to measure that as far as metrics go, because I have so many videos. I have a huge library that the moment Google searches go up for any specific topic. If it's something I've covered in the past, like, for example, Kingdom Come Deliverance, when the second game was announced, I immediately noticed a huge surge in search traffic for it because of how much I covered the first game. So, like, I'll be able to tell exactly how much that's going up pretty fast because I have the largest Kingdom Come Deliverance library on YouTube. And now with KCD2, that's only dramatically gone up even more. This was the section where Hans was apparently getting taken out before. So where is he? Oh, he's right there. Okay, I rescued him. Now hopefully he won't just die. Daresburster says, wish you could loot the Chamberlain. Me too. It would be satisfying for lots of reasons, one of which being he has cool, unique stuff on. The other one being he's a douche. So it'd be fun to be able to take the valuables off of his body. Vagan McCarran says, a totally legit real chat message to boost engagement. That reminds me of, I keep seeing these things on TikTok where it'll be like, not all women, but all men will watch this for 60 seconds or whatever so I can buy my family farm or something along those lines. And then you'll get a bunch of the comments in there that'll be like, apparently the algorithm responds to trending topics, so it'll say, can you believe that Donald Trump and Taylor Swift are getting married or something like that? Just to, you know, spam trending topics or whatever. And that's interesting because I have absolutely no data for how effective that could or could not be, because the algorithm that I'm quite familiar with is YouTube's algorithm, which is Google's algorithm. And TikTok's is very, very different. All that aside. Is this what I'm supposed to be doing here? Am I supposed to be trying to find a way through or killing the archers slash crossbowmen slash riflemen that are actively trying to kill them down there? Because they're all cowering in fear. That was weird. I just went to hit that guy and my my character like launched 3 feet backwards. Al Renderman says, saw the TikTok. We are from the same state, I believe. TikTok? I don't have a TikTok for this channel. Unless you're talking to someone else. Vagan McCarran says, we're all from the state of Bohemia over here. My family is originally a German family, but for the last probably century or more that we were in Europe before coming to the United States, lived in what would have been Bohemia at the time. Now it would be, you know, Czech Republic slash Czechia or Czechia. I believe they pronounce it Czechia. It's not letting me kill this guy. There we go. Renexu says, I'm watching the Conclave. I will let you know if we have a new pope before you finish streaming, though that is unlikely. I mean, it's not that it never happens. It can be a quick thing. It just usually takes several votes, because, you know, that's just the way it goes. It's not... The Conclave is a very good example of, like, a true democratic selection from an aristocratic sort of point of view. Because what you have is a very limited selection committee, who are all experts, and so you have there's no layman and there's no muckety-mucks in the voting process. But they can vote for whoever they want. So as far as elections for a pope goes, all you have to do is be a male baptized Christian. You don't even have to be a priest, because you just have to be able to be ordained as a priest after your election. So I could be elected pope, hypothetically. But it usually is someone selected from a short list that everybody is aware of beforehand. So it would be very cool if you had like a sudden first round unanimous pick, but I'm sure it would make a lot of people suspicious considering it never goes that way. QZY says, what a great sequence to open the stream to. I feel sorry for Swift or Trump. Yeah, that would be a very strange wedding. I'm sure it would be very, very popular, though. If that was put on pay-per-view or something, both of them would be way richer than they are now, which is saying something considering they're both ridiculously rich already. Joshua says, by the way, can we take Henry items as Godwin in the Zhelyov Inn's chest? I've never been able to interact with inventories as Godwin.
My boy, courage is a thing of honor. But what you're proposing isn't courage. It's foolhardiness.
Vaughan McCarran says Metatron is going to be the new pope, by the way. He's eligible. So there's that.
It works, though. War
yes, QZY, I was not saying Chechnya. I was saying Czechia/Chechia. Because I always said Chechia. But then I had someone correcting me saying it's actually Czechia, like you would say the Czech people. But it's what they call themselves. The rest of the world refers to the country as the Czech Republic.
Shut your stupid mouth.
Vaughan McCarran says there are also no spoiler candidates in a papal election. That's what I'm saying. It's not like, you know, most people think of their country's election, and, you know, coming from the United States, I happen to think about U.S. politics a lot. So that it's very different, you know.
I'm actually starting to think.
Redneck Zeus says, whoever it is, I hope his name is Gregory. Gregory would be interesting. Haven't had a Pope Gregory in a while.
If he's good enough, I'll let him live.
Nobita said, they once voted for an angry monk who sent a letter to the conclave claiming they were going to be punished by God for taking so long on the election of a pope. Agaka says, why did they stop the updates? If you're talking about updates for Kingdom Come Deliverance, KCD2, they haven't stopped them. I presume that they're planning on releasing them with DLCs to make sure that they aren't breaking the game between major updates. Alright, we gotta put our sword away, because remember, the plan was to fistfight him. Ouch! There we go. I was like, I'm gonna need to dodge. I say, we got him on the ropes now. Yeah, we did it! Ageka says, is this Chivalry 2? This is not Chivalry 2. This is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Neil Daniels is asking if anyone knows how to stop Godwin from eating meat in a cutscene. I do not.
Shishka, you alright?
Mark Zuckerberg says, I really wish they'd put Jishka in a helmet in the hardcore line like Runt. I mean, they did that for story reasons. Like, they wanted that to happen here. So,
keep his word of honor.
Yes, it would make the fight more difficult, but it would, you know, the story would be screwed up if there was that. Vaughan McCarran says, I was not baptized as a Catholic, so I assume you meant ineligible, unfortunately, but a man can dream. So, here's the thing. You actually do not need to be baptized, quote-unquote, as a Catholic. The Catholic Church recognizes all forms of Christian baptism as long as they are done in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, as long as they're done in in the name of the Trinity. So, the vast majority of Protestant denominations, technically, according to the Church, do have valid baptisms. That's why if you're like a Lutheran or a Baptist or something, and you decide you want to join the Catholic Church, you do not get rebaptized. Your baptism is valid, and the Catholic Church only recognizes one baptism. So, if you're baptized, you are baptized, period. The only ones where you're not is like, I think Mormons do a thing that they call baptism, but it's not done in the name of the Trinity, so it is not recognized by the Church. QZY says, I got your eye, Henry of Scalitz. I love how many times that happens in the game. Nurgle's son says, 21 seconds without a weapon. Yeah, the fight was not as challenging as I thought. Once we managed to dodge him and land a couple solid hits, we got him on the ropes. And once we had him on the ropes, fight was over, because we just powered through. We spammed it, essentially. The thing about this game is, you can spam attacks if you're fighting one opponent. You have to be very careful with your stamina if you're fighting an opponent that's way stronger than you or much better, or if you have multiple opponents. If you have one opponent like that and he's not dramatically over-leveled for you, You can spam, and once you do, you will wear their stamina down, and you'll essentially just power through like you saw me do just there.
Will not piss anyone off too much.
Chappist says, I once had a job where I sent 4 computers to the Vatican. I will just assume Francis sent emails with one of them at some point. I mean, they use computers at the Vatican all the time, but, you know, gotta remember, huge organization, in communication with people all over the world. So, obviously they're using computers.
Well, you know how it is. And they complained about me.
Yes, Vaga Macarian, we cannot disarm him at that point.
What?
Redneck Zeus says that angry monk then made it so a pope can resign and become the first one to do so, and became the first one to do so. That's funny.
The bishop!
Yes, quadratula, Mormon quote-unquote baptism is not recognized.
A man has to enjoy himself from time to time. They couldn't just kick you out for nothing, though, could they?
QZY says if you only need to be baptized in the name of the Holy Trinity to be a Catholic Pope, I assume you're going to go theologically, and then he said theoretically an Orthodox can be Pope. Yeah, anyone can. So there's, like I said, you only have to be able to be ordained as a priest after your election. So you have to be baptized, and you have to be a man, because women cannot be ordained as a priest. So, therefore, those are the requirements. So, presuming you haven't been excommunicated from the church, which most people are not, but, Redneck Zeus says Mormons baptize in the name of the Trinity, but what they mean by the Trinity is fundamentally incorrect, which invalidates their baptisms. That's probably what it is then. I have never researched Mormon quote-unquote baptism. I just know that it's not recognized. Even most of your Protestant denominations do not recognize Mormons as a legitimate Church of Christ. So, fairly down on the totem pole. Skip through this dialogue.
Well, folks, ship and what use any us they could well from shooting. Thank you.
I remember this conversation being very long. Okay, so you wanted me to check and see if Godwin can get into Henry's storage. I don't think he can, but let's check. It's possible that I've checked this before. He can, in fact, get into Henry's storage. We're not going to, though, because why would we? We can't affect his storage, but yes, Godwin can interact with Henry's storage for some reason. UV says that he got Lent, and Godwin ate a sausage at the end, so he said apparently that did not affect the Lent achievement. I was going to say, I got the Lent achievement, and I didn't do anything special to avoid Godwin eating anything, so it did not affect it for me.
I'm looking for her. My God, I'm
Some of them we know.
I'll leave that day.
Oh.
Neil Daniel says, I was baptized in the Church of England. Anglican Church baptizes in the name of the Trinity.
Of course. Benny.
Here. I hope we can go back to the mill soon, if it's not burnt to the ground. Oh, God almighty.
Yes, Vagan Macarian, that would... Eastern Orthodox counts. In fact, Eastern Orthodox is usually considered to be the closest Protestant denomination as far as... a lot of people won't even call them Protestants, but technically, by definition, they are in fact Protestants. Protestant is a generalized term that means in protest of the church. So if you are in protest in any way, which Eastern Orthodox are, because they don't submit to the authority of the Pope, you are in fact a Protestant. But most people consider Eastern Orthodoxy to be extraordinarily close in communion with the Catholic Church. I used to teach catechism, and when I did, that we would go down different Protestant denominations in the varying orders of how close they are in communion with Christ as in communion with the Church. And Eastern Orthodoxy was always the first one that are technically protesting the Church, but are in fact very, very close.
I'm supposed to take a left at the crossroads.
Renix who says they also baptize dead people. They get kids to change their names to that of a deceased person and then dunk them. Yeah, I remember hearing about that, and it's so the thing about that is a old Christian tradition that would sometimes be done, usually in the cases of like more notable families. And I'm talking old. We mean like prior to most of Christian Europe actually becoming what we recognize it as today. You know, the Germanic, Anglo-Saxon-ish times, Iron Age, Dark Age, however you want to define it. Am I supposed to go down there, or am I supposed to follow the road? I think I'm supposed to follow the road.
Wagons.
Ageka says, do you play Chivalry 2? I have played Chivalry 2. Not for a while.
Smart. I should keep my eyes peeled.
Dead bodies. Num num num.
They rained arrows down on them. Good God, what a bloodbath.
Let's kill some people!
Kiss your ass, by. Now you've had it.
That guy was attacking someone else, apparently. That was interesting. Yuvi says, Godwin is old. He's not leveling up anymore. He's leveling down. Well, that's just true. It may be hurtful, though. Quadratula says, have you ever watched a YouTube channel called Matt Whitman or something? The name does not sound familiar to me. Darius Brewster says, Neil Daniels, when I did Lent, my problem wasn't Godwin eating at the end, but I had to retry because the boots count as meat. Could that be your problem? Ah,
God Almighty.
That could be.
Bless their souls.
So don't eat the broth made out of boots.
And they blocked their way forward as well. They were trapped. The man who planned this thinks like a true warrior.
Quadratula says he interviews priests from different denominations and tours churches. It's very interesting. That does sound interesting. I'd have to... The interesting thing about religious-based YouTube channels is trying to find out if they have a dedication to accuracy and honesty, or if they're trying to push one over others. And sometimes that still can be very accurate and honest. I don't want to make it sound like, you know, they're mutually exclusive, but oftentimes it's not.
I told you quite clearly to stay in the forest. You're welcome to anything you find.
Ageka says, what's the best single-player medieval game in your
God be
opinion?
with you, lad.
Single
I'm not
player.
one of those
It definitely depends what kind of game you're talking about. If you're talking about like an open world action adventure that's story driven, like this type of game, then I would say the Kingdom Come Deliverance games. Because as far as a medieval setting goes, for it to actually be a medieval setting, it needs to not have any fantasy in it, and very few of them have no fantasy. Now, if you're talking about... Because there's other medieval games that are really great. You've got, like you've mentioned, Chivalry several times. If you're looking at just a combat-based game, Chivalry's a lot of fun. I never played For Honor, but I know a lot of people like that game. I love the Mount and Blade games. Mount and Blade, Warband, and Bannerlord. I'm a huge fan of those. They're definitely a little bit more large-scale sandbox, but they're a lot of fun. Medieval Total War is a lot of fun if you're looking for like a strategy game that's mostly combat-based.
You're supposed to be on guard at the mill. I made it quite clear.
Hard to say. Like I said, it definitely depends on the genre.
Who's this? Your pa.
Vaughan McCarran says Eastern Orthodoxy is the second oldest denomination, or am I mistaken? It depends what you mean, because technically the Catholic Church is not a denomination. It is the church, and everything else is an offshoot of that, like I said, in protest of the church, as far as Christianity goes. So technically, Eastern Orthodoxy, to the best of my knowledge, is the oldest, quote-unquote, denomination, because the Catholic Church is not a denomination. It is the church.
What do you think?
The oldest heresy, I can tell you, is the Arian heresy. It was, it comes, and people will hear Arian and they think it's racial. This predates that by quite a bit. The Arian heresy has to do with people in the church not understanding the Trinity, in essence.
Who did you defeat?
Marty McFly says, I've been baptized in the North and South Michigan, my hometown, and then down in Alabama at my grandparents. Well, like I said, there are lots of religions that have different views, or not lots of denominations that have different views on baptism, Protestant ones that is, and if you were to try joining the church, essentially, they'd only be interested in your first one, as long as it was the one you know, as it was done
What's he on about?
theologically in accordance with the teachings of the church. So if it was done in the name of the Trinity and with, as Zeus has pointed out, a proper understanding of the Trinity.
Priest you are. God's truth.
Evie says, you time how long your God have been believed in to decide his validity. I can see why you resent the Jews then, lol. Talking to me?
And if we survive, I'll take you to the
Because I do not.
He'll be interested to meet you.
If we survive.
Come on then, you assholes!
Redneck Zeus says, the validity of my baptism is uncertain to me. I'll have to read the rest of that, if it hasn't disappeared in the chat already, after I've finished off this little fight. Oh, this guy is, then again, I am playing as Godwin. I'm used to Henry's fighting, and at this point we've already gotten Henry to a pretty substantial level. There we go. Alright, Zeus said, the validity of my baptism is uncertain to me. Baptized in super fundamental non-denomination when I was around 9 to 10. I don't remember if proper formula was followed. Well, I don't remember mine personally because I was an infant. But best you can do is, if you're that curious about it, I mean, at this point, Zeus, having, I believe you said you've joined the Catholic Church, so I would talk to your priest about it. See what he recommends. You know. That's the best advice I have, not being a priest myself. Quadratula says, KCD1 is definitely my favorite medieval game. Like I said, as far as a story-driven action game, the Kingdom Come Deliverance games are without peer. There's nothing else that compares to them, even slightly. You know, and like I said, that's not even accounting for my basic preference towards non-fantasy games.
A bit, but the bishop was the least of it. It was a bunch of...
Yeah, Neil Daniel said the same thing. There's nothing that compares to KCD in my opinion. That's what I'm saying. If you want a story-driven game like this...
You ride as well as you wield a sword? Let's see. I'll race you there. Yeah!
Alright, Bibliana, let's see how fast you can ride. I've never lost this race. I feel like one time I just cooked it up the hill right there and I still ended up winning it.
Go!
In fact, let's take a little shortcut.
Well now, you're a fine horse.
Oh good, I was worried that it was going to count that as wrong because I didn't go to exactly the right spot.
Bit like you.
Ageka says, yeah, that's what I want, but what Kingdom Come Deliverance game? Well, there are only 2. And they are, the way that I look at them as a single story, because they're very similar. The second one is newer, and therefore it's better polished. But a lot of the quality in like writing and acting and design and open world and everything was already there in the first game. So, it's up to debate. A lot of people will debate which one is better. I won't, because I love them both incredibly. But,
where's the chief?
In my opinion, I usually put them at the same ranking.
Now he's interrogating some captives.
Call him.
I believe they're still alive. You're in luck.
QZY said, DTG feeling better, healing up. I'm trying to sit still, and that's helping. But, yes, I'm healing up, but not quickly, because rib stuff is typically fairly slow. Marty McFly said, I just got told I'm heading to your state for tomorrow. I'm heading to Reedsburg to deliver a load of milk. That's interesting.
He helped us against some bandits. And he's looking for Sir Hans Capon of Perkstein.
Redneck Zeus has been going to Mass, but has not started OCIA yet. I definitely recommend trying it out. The nice thing about doing it as an adult is if you follow the program at the right time, you can usually get confirmed into the church at the Easter Vigil, which is the High Mass in the Catholic Church. So it's very good time to enter the church. Very beautiful Mass, or at least it can be, you know, with a church that treats it with all the proper pomp and circumstance that it should.
God be with you.
Let's see if we can get some speech XP here. Oh wait, never mind, we're Godwin.
Am I? You and I don't. It doesn't. Who's on? I have. Indeed, you have straight first about the word as the.
I wonder what'll happen here. I've always read and carefully responded to these, and now I'm just spamming through them at the top one. I don't think story-wise you can get a different result from any of these. Like, I'm pretty sure no matter what, it always turns out exactly the same because this happens.
I came here to get them, and that's what I'm gonna do.
QZY says, what happens if you kill Eric now? You fail? You cannot. I've tried it before. I've never found a way to kill him. At least, well, in the game as a whole. Darius Brewster says, thought you were going to lose the race, lol. I was a little bit worried about it. Like Geka says, oh, alright, then I'll probably buy them over the weekend, so. Well, that's, like I said, they're story games. So if you've never played them, I would start with the first one, you know? I would start with the first one, play through it. Now, if it's me personally, at this point, I'd get it with all the DLCs and everything and play through it on hardcore mode, a nice, well-measured playthrough. And then once you're done with that, you'd be able to roll right into KCD2. You know, take your time on the first game. It's not going anywhere. That's the nice thing about single-player games, is that you don't have to worry about, like, being late to the party, you know? Other than, like, spoilers and stuff. I think I ruined it before I was able to, Where are the people I'm supposed to kill? That's not the thing when they don't have their Waffen rocks that tell me what lord they're from. I'm always like, they all look vaguely the same. Get him, buddy. The first time I played through this section, I had looted and killed all of the soldiers in Nabokov when I was Henry investigating it. So when I got to this mission, it was just me and Zizka, and it was really difficult because he kept dying. I agree that it would be an interesting plot twist if you could kill Eric and then Istvan would be angry at you, kind of like Eric is later. But the problem with that is they would have had to written entirely different storylines if they did that, because clearly they intend Eric to be significant in the next game. Because, you know, you figure it out later.
But what the hell was that all about?
Looks like those friends of yours were right. Von Bergov's spies infiltrated us. Istvan Toff and that Eric of his.
He says I poisoned Eric anyways, just in case. In my last playthrough, before I went into the duel with him, I made sure I put Henry's Bane on my sword just to see if it would make any difference. And it didn't. Yes, there are. I saw a news story yesterday about some big booms in India. Andrew Anglicus, I always mispronounce his name, says, hello, glad you're a bit better. I finished the story a few days ago. Ma called me an animal and Pa said I tried to everyone he taught me underfoot. I only killed when I had to. My first playthrough, I got a pretty solid response from them. My second playthrough and third playthrough, they were a little bit less happy with me.
Swine! You're lucky I can't get you.
Quadrotul says, you think there's a KCD3 on the way? I think it's not in development yet, but after they finish the DLCs and the support for this game, they will move on to KCD3. I think they plan it to be a trilogy, and it's going to cap off with some sort of a conflict in the Hussite Wars, and we're going to see that as, like, the culmination of this story. That's my gut feeling. Of course, I don't know, because I'm not in the loop on anything, but that is what I would say if I were a betting man.
We've already had the honor. They're making up shit to avoid the gallows.
So that's why you were so keen to avoid that battle.
We were defending the castle as you ordered.
Throw him in the cell with Nebak.
I'm sure he'll get on just fine together.
You're making a terrible mistake!
We'll see about that.
Zizka, you want it at the gate?
I'm not done with you yet.
Now you're done for.
Let's burn through this dialogue. Shakespeare's buddy says, Luke Dale said he may move to Prague. I mean, if he can afford it. Prague is one of the most expensive places in the world as far as regular cities. You know, you always have to take out the ones that are specifically designed just for rich tourists. But as far as regular inhabitable cities go, Prague is up there for very high cost of living. I mean, obviously, I'm sure Luke Dale makes plenty of money. He's a voice actor for a fairly popular game series and other stuff, and now he's got a fairly successful streaming platform as well, so I would assume he's got decent amounts of money. Quadratula says, I can't remember where I heard, but I guess it's wrong that Warhorse were making a fantasy RPG next. It's always possible that they're gonna move on to developing multiple games. They're getting to the point where they're a fairly large-sized studio, so at some point they will certainly be capable of producing more than one title at a time, whether they want to or not.
When did you start recruiting Radzig's people, Eric?
What's the matter? Lost your tongue?
I think he was looking for this.
You swine! Ugh.
You better hope your father pays a nice fat ransom.
Rot in hell! Ugh.
Apparently Shakespeare's buddy saw Vagan Macarian in Luke's stream over the weekend.
Gutting.
There's no time for it.
There's always time for this.
Marty McFly says the only thing I heard about the next game is that it's going to be parallel with the same timeline as KCD 1 and 2. Interesting. Vagan Macarian says Ma is not exactly the most likable character. She's not much of a character at all. She never really gets any development. And in fact, she's clearly not very important to Henry, considering he's always talking about his dad, but pretty much never his mom. Like, it comes up very little.
Fuck it!
Quadratula says Warhorse is one of his favorite studios at this point. I definitely am a fan. I like playing games that are fun. I know that's crazy, but that's what I enjoy in gaming, and recently a lot of developers have not been, you know, delivering on that.
Praise be to our Lord Jesus Christ.
Yuvi says, well, she's likable just like my own mom. Never actually happy with anything I do. A good mom expects a lot out of you, but she will support you no matter what. That's what a good mom does. They will expect high things and good things from you, but will be supportive as long as you're trying your best, is the way. Now, me not being a mother, you know, I can only say so much about that, but I feel like a lot of people feel like their mom is never happy with them, but as long as they're not a shitty mom, they are happy with and for you if you're doing your best and are, you know, doing good, I should say. Whether that's raising millions for charity or just not ending up in prison. You know, the definition of doing good is definitely a very broad thing.
All you had to do was trust us.
Trust you? When you came at me with von Bergov's army.
Quadratula says the writing in this is very good. I like the writing. That's what I said. I've had a very positive experience with these games.
If they hadn't tried to kill us earlier and weren't cozying up with that bastard Istvan.
QZY says in the EU, Prague is in the top 10 or at least 15 as expenses go. Yeah, no, it's a very expensive city to live in. And to visit. I know that it ranks fairly high for like tourist destinations as far as price goes. I definitely want to spend some time in Prague because it looks awesome. There's a lot of history there that I'm super interested in, but I know it's expensive.
I am Jan of Trotsnov.
It is kind of weird that we Nurgle's son said Ma really needs a name. It's a weird choice by Warhorse not giving her one. It is strange that we don't know what her name is, I guess. I never really thought of that.
What a coincidence. We're here at Yob's instigation.
Marty McFly says the only time you talk about your mom is using her as an excuse to get yourself out of trouble when you're drunk or killed something. That's true. Redneck Zeus says, so Eric is responsible for Ishvan's death by not letting him kill Henry then. That's what I was thinking during that scene. I was like, so that could be why Eric reacts so violently, because he knows that he could have, if he would have been brutal or whatever, if he would have done what Ishvan would have done, that things would have gone so differently.
We know we're on the same.
Yeah, let's skip some dialogue.
Lord and
There's a and since we're made.
QZY says Prague also has a lot of tourist traps. Well, that's the thing. All places that get popular enough, you know, turn into a spot with tourist traps. That's, you know, it's how people in those spots end up making money. The important thing is to figure out how to identify tourist traps and avoid them as a tourist. And there's this stigma a lot of people have for, like, because not everything is a tourist trap. A tourist trap is a place that tries to look authentic, but specifically targets people who don't know what's authentic to usually price gouge them. That's what an actual tourist trap is. It has to do with the price. If you can go to a place, even if let's say it's a restaurant, even if the food isn't super authentic, as long as it's still a good deal, like you're not overpaying for something, it's not a tourist trap. It could be a low-quality restaurant, but it's not a trap. A tourist trap is a place that specifically pulls money out of a person. It's always financial. If they're not scamming you, it's not a tourist trap. It's just not the best experience you could have. So there's this, like I said, there's this stigma for tourists looking for things that are touristy, you know. People will be like, oh, you went and saw St. Charles Bridge? Yeah, what are you, a tourist? Yeah, exactly. I'm a tourist. I don't live in this place. I might not ever be there again. I want to see the iconic historical thing that everyone thinks of. You know, people go to New York or something like that, and they'll go to Times Square or something like that, and people will be like, oh, what are you, a tourist? Yes, they are tourists. They want to see the thing that you have. They're gonna go see the Statue of Liberty. You know, that's what they want to do. They're gonna go check out the Empire State Building or something like that. They'll go see a Broadway musical. They're not gonna go to some dive bar because that's what the locals do. That's I don't understand how people can be so stupid that they don't understand. Tourists come to see the famous thing. They come to try the famous food. Now, when I go somewhere, especially if I'm super unfamiliar with it, if I can find a local that will give me a recommendation for like a restaurant to go to where I can get some solid food, I'll do that. You know, but a lot of people are basically stuck Googling good restaurants near me, you know? So the best thing you can do to help people avoid quote-unquote tourist traps is make sure your Yelp reviews are accurate.
He just needs to get a good night's sleep. We all do. We're leaving early in the morning before Von
Andrew Anglicus says, would you ever visit old Merry England, DTG, not London? My mother's current husband is from Great Britain. He became a U.S. citizen after moving here and getting married and all that sort of stuff. But he spent the vast majority of his life in England, so his family is all from England, and etc. They've come over to visit us. We've not gone over there yet, but I could see myself, if I, you know, had the money for it, I could see myself going to see all of Great Britain. I would probably try in one trip to hit up what I could have, you know, right then and there, because I'd love to see Scotland and, if it's possible, to see Ireland in the same trip. I'd be mostly interested in the history, if I'm being honest, so the sightseeing would be limited mostly to historical sites, because that's definitely the thing that I have a lot more interest in. But yeah, I would do it if, like, financially it made sense for me to do it and I wasn't super busy with work. I don't have anything against England, if that makes sense, especially considering you said not London, and the thing that I greatly dislike is modern cities. Look at that. We're full and we're not tired anymore. Quadratula said, do a lot of Catholics go on pilgrimage? Yes, it depends what you mean, because if you're talking statistically speaking or whatever, it might not hit your definition of a lot, considering it's, you know, the largest religion in the entire world. So, percentage-wise, it's possible that it wouldn't meet your definition of a lot, but total number-wise, yes. It's very common for Catholics to go on pilgrimage.
It's been a hellishly long day today. Thank God we managed to survive until evening at least. Now it's time to go to those who were not so lucky. What?
I'm supposed to be, I was like, what's going on right now? I'm supposed to be following Godwin.
It's been a hellishly long day today. Thank God we managed to survive until evening at least. Now it's time to go to those who were not so lucky.
At least they now have eternal peace from everything. And they don't have to choose a lesser evil.
By the lesser evil, Do you mean our new ally, whose eye you almost put out?
QZY says, will you visit Stonehenge and Big Ben? What are you, a tourist? Good point. I should instead look for some dive bar in downtown London and spend the entire trip there. That would be better.
Notion of the end justifying the means.
And that's bad.
It's never good to accept death as a permanent.
Oh, exactly. If I was going to hit up England, obviously, I'd want to see some English castles, but one of the things I would love to do would be to see a lot of the religious architecture. But again, like I said, it would mostly be interest in historical sites, because most of the... I don't know how many of you know this, but I study history, and most of it is English medieval history through courses that I've been taking through Oxford. So, if I was to go to England, most of my time would be spent visiting the places that I've studied and trying to see as much of that as possible, because I've spent, hundreds and thousands of hours of my time researching these places, events, and people. So it would be very cool to actually visit a lot of them. Woo Girl says, have you heard the news about 3 million KCD2 copies sold? I had not heard a specific number, but I knew that they had hit some sort of a fancy new milestone because I saw someone posting about it on, I believe it was Twitter? Irritable Badger said, if you ever go to Scotland, make sure it's in the summer and not in the winter. That's probably solid advice. Redneck Zoo says, my mother's current husband is a very long-winded and funny way of saying stepdad. Okay, well, the reason I don't say stepdad is because they got married when I was already... Well, I didn't even live with my mom at the time, because my parents were divorced. I lived with my dad, and I was in high school, and it was... right borderline of me becoming an adult. So he never played the role of a father figure for me. If that makes sense. I wasn't a child when they got together. So, and I have a father. So, stepdad was never something that's why I say my mom's husband. Now, don't get me wrong. I've got a good relationship with him. He's a good guy. But has never been in fact, I'm actually his godfather, because after they got married, he joined the church, and I was his confirmation sponsor and his godfather. So, it's different. It's a different situation than a standard stepdad situation. Where is... Come on. There we go. The window for burying is apparently not wide in that grave. Vaga McCarrion says, I hope KCD2 wins Game of the Year. Warhorse deserves it. Oh, but the game deserves it. That's the thing, is that I'm not one of those people that thinks you should just get something because you try really hard or whatever. Like, that's how you can earn an award. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 deserves Game of the Year because so far it is the best game of this year. If something comes out of nowhere and beats it, that would be one thing, but if the industry handles things fairly, which they pretty much never do, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 will be the Game of the Year. Nurgle's son says, and GTA 6 comes out in 2026, right? So KCD2 is more likely to become Game of the Year. Well, that's the thing. If Grand Theft Auto 6, no matter the quality of it, is going to be ridiculously popular. So any game competing with that is going to have a hard fight for Game of the Year. Darius Brewster says, I'm sitting outside and trying to enjoy the weather and watch the stream, but I keep losing connection. That is the sacrifice we make enjoying the outdoors, is that it is definitely not the best place for strong Wi-Fi signal. Marty McFly says, you should go to that 900-year-old tavern in Scotland. Oh, how stereotypical, a Wisconsinite traveling to some other place in the world and spending his time getting drunk. As if that won't get me made fun of.
What's going on?
This'll interest you.
QZY says GTA 6 got delayed because they were afraid of KCD2 Game of the Year. But to be fair, KCD2 and usually games launched at the beginning of the year rarely win Game of the Year. That's the problem, is that launching at the beginning of the year is a great window financially because you have a lot less competition. But critically speaking, you're forgotten about by the time award season rolls around.
Let's not worry about that now, alright? You have a unique chance to try it out.
Redixu says, I get that. Well, that's the thing. Rendixu says, but you don't have to explain it every time. You could just say stepdad. I've got no problem with explaining myself. I would much rather be clear every single time if I can than not. I'm not paying by the word. Let's put it that way.
Pretty explosive if you
QCY says, my mom's husband was pretty clear to me.
How do you shoot with that?
It's not that hard. When you're careful.
UV asked how many people Henry buries if you do all the side quests. I have no idea. He said 15. 15 sounds about right.
Has a metal barrel and first sheep just watch
Zenhost says, how long is KCD2 hardcore in terms of playtime? I don't know if there's a speed run yet.
Have you ever?
Me? But at the battle.
I've heard of those. Those must have been bombarded.
Jakob V says, Red Dead Redemption 2 didn't win Game of the Year. It's crazy. To be fair, 2018 was a stacked year. I agree that it's... Because in 2018 you had the first Kingdom Come Deliverance game, which is one of my favorite games of all time. Red Dead Redemption 2, which is another one of my favorite games of all time. And you had God of War, which was a really good game. Me personally, out of the three, it's the lowest one I would rank. It was really good, don't get me wrong. But Red Dead Redemption 2 and Kingdom Come Deliverance were both better than it. So, Game of the Year doesn't mean what it used to mean. But... you know, it was stacked. It was a stacked year. We can always hope, as consumers, that we get years like that, where it's hard to pick, you know, what the game... Wow, these targets feel a lot closer than they do the last time I played this game. Anybody else thinking that? I definitely hope KCD2 wins Game of the Year. The more good, like, actual good games that we can get that win Game of the Year, the more likely it is that we keep getting good games. When they award it to horrible games or whatever, you've got developers out there who, you know, are only interested in award bait and constant releases or whatever that keep making trash. You award actual good games like this, I think it's more likely that we keep seeing actual good games. Olaf the Moose says they're trying to keep the game in people's minds with constant updates and DLCs. That's the thing. It will be constantly getting DLCs throughout the year. It's just that, you know, by the time award season rolls around, it's entirely possible that we'll have another huge game. The only thing that would really piss me off is if something like Oblivion ended up getting it just because of popularity, even though it's a remaster of a 20-year-old game.
That's how it's done. My God, this really is a diabolical contraption. Holy balls! What a racket! And that stinks!
2018 was a solid year. Like I said, when you look at gaming releases, you know, on a year-to-year basis, we typically don't get, in my opinion, you don't get even one good game a year. You know, we'll usually go 3 to 4 years, and then we'll get a good game, and then it'll be another 3 to 4 years before we get another good game. But I've got fairly specific tastes in what I enjoy playing. I've played lots of games. Most games, in my opinion, as long as they're playable and they aren't, like, they don't have anything in them that I actively hate, are like B or C tier games. You know, getting an A tier game, or much less frequently an S tier game, just doesn't come along all that frequently. So when you get a year that has 4 to 5 B tier or better games, it feels like you have an incredible year. You know, but then we'll have other games where we get like 2 C tier games and everything else is just objectively trash. And it makes you really wish that you could just take a year off. Now for me, if I wasn't making YouTube content, it would be no problem at all, because I could easily play, you know, the 10 or so games that I really, really like over and over again. Because most of them are very long single-player games, so I could take a very long playthrough, and if I did that in order, I would have a multiple years-long rotation that I could do. So, wouldn't bother me at all. It's making YouTube content that has ruined it for me. Maybe I should quit. Maybe that would make things so much better for me.
And don't pretend you can't hear me.
Vaughan McCarrion says a remake or remaster should not be allowed to win Game of the Year. As far as I know, maybe it's not. I don't know off the top of my head. I've never cared that much about the awards to actually learn what the requirements for them are. My requirements would have to be released that year. That should be a requirement. And then it should be based on ratings and sales numbers. You know, what is the user score for it? And did it sell a bunch of games? What's this guy want? Oh yeah, that's right. This is the guy that doesn't like me for whatever reason.
You mad fool!
What does he say? I wonder if everyone's gonna get all mad at me.
Who's lying here? Are you alright? What happened?
Quad Rotula says apparently 2024 was kind of a PC game drought. I did not have a particularly great 2024 as far as gaming goes.
My head.
Run me through some games from last year. I'm struggling to remember any. And the problem is I've been doing this for so long that I just also confuse years. You know, I'll be like, oh yeah, that game was alright, but then it was from 3 years ago.
What about my things?
Oh, that's the first time I've never talked to him.
I have everything.
So apparently if you ignore him, you just fight him, and then he ignores you after that. Let me see if he'll talk to me once he sits down. Huh, that's interesting. JS says, I love that you have the best looking red star Waffen Rock. Yep, we've been rocking this one ever since we got it, even though it's a level 1 variant, which goes against my personal preferences.
What's wrong? She was your power. Well, if it's all right. Don't tell.
Look at that. Got all that talk. Ah, dang, now I gotta make him horseshoes. That's okay, we haven't smithed anything for a while, and I feel like we're letting Henry down by not smithing. According to Zeus, the requirement for winning Game of the Year is just to have the most gay shit in it, which that could be. That could be what it is. Again, I'm not on the selection council.
Are you the local blacksmith? What do you want from me? We didn't herd sheep together, so...
Bugger McCarran says, you said it before, modern gaming is largely a disappointment. Yeah, it is. That's the thing. For the vast majority of the releases that we get are either not playable or just not worth playing.
You mean... I don't... Well, there's a... Alright, you'll... lad.
Alright. He wants me to sharpen up some stuff for him, right?
I need to sharpen this.
Marty McFly says, I don't follow awards, I play what I like. Well, that's the reason I don't actually know what the requirements for them are, is because I don't actually care. I look at a game, see if it looks fun to me, and then I play it, and I either like it or I don't like it. The only reason I ever share my opinion about it is because I am on YouTube. You know? That's pretty much it. I saw one the other day. It was called Surviving Birmingham or something like that. It's like a medieval zombie game. Kind of reminded me of Blight Survival, except for the fact that it looks like it's further along and might actually come out at some point. Looks interesting to me. It's the type of game that I'm like, yeah, you know what? I might play that.
Can't get any better than this.
Baldur's Gate 3. Well, oh, was that 2023? That's what I'm saying. So that's the problem, is that I will do that where I'm like, oh, never mind, Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, I played that one, and that one is popular or whatever. But then, yeah, like you said, never mind, that's from 2023, isn't it?
All done.
KZY says, Warhorse put like 20 comparisons in KCD1 and 200 in KCD2.
Bloody hell. That would have taken me a week.
Curious commenter here says, I'm Vaughan McCarran just from a different account now. Wanted to watch the stream on a different device. Very nice. Make sure you like it again. We can get 2 likes out of 1 person. Fantastic.
What about you?
Darius Brewster says, I think modern gaming can be good and has its point. It's largely the AAA scene that's so bad that it gets most media coverage because of casual gamers. Yeah. I would agree. I think we still get good games. It's just that we get so many bad games. You know? Alright. Should we make Knight's Horseshoes or Farmer's Horseshoes? Can I buy more scrap metal?
What do you have?
Or horseshoes? I could just buy horseshoes. Oh, look! We can get a sketch. I can buy more scrap metal.
Thank you, and a good day to you.
Let's read that Sketch. You can make a knight's longsword now. Or was it? Yeah, knight's longsword. Knight's longsword. Is that a thing that has existed before? That doesn't sound familiar. Knight's longsword. Right next to says half hour till first smoke. This is exciting. We could potentially be enjoying some history. Joshua Hartnett says, God Save Birmingham looks interesting. I thought it looked interesting. You know, we'll have to see what else we see. And the problem with more independent or single A or double A productions is, will the game ever come out? Because as I've said previously, the worst game isn't a bad game. It's the game that never releases. So we'll have to actually see what ends up happening. Because a lot of the smaller independent ones you see, they never end up actually coming out. You know, same problem with like big conversion mods. It's why I don't get excited about, you know, someone will announce, we're remaking, or we're going to do a total conversion Lord of the Rings mod for Skyrim or something like that or whatever. And you're like, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. And then you never see it.
Halfway there.
Whoa, we're halfway there. Bet you guys didn't know that canonically Henry is a huge Bon Jovi fan. JH says, kind of hope the Conclave elects Trump. If I were a betting man, I'd say that the probability of that happening is low enough that there is no odds that I wouldn't take a bet against it. That sword is a thing as far as I know. Knight's Longsword doesn't sound familiar to me. I don't remember ever having a Knight's Longsword in the game. It has existed in the game? Okay. I was just... in my head, I was thinking about it, and I was like, that doesn't sound familiar. It could be one of the mods I have installed for, like, different weapons. But I didn't remember any mods that I had for, that added in new weapons that could be forged. Just like, because I remember I have the Kobola Arms mod installed that apparently adds in some Kobola-themed regalia that you can buy at one of the stores that exists, but I don't know where. But I didn't remember any that added weapons, but maybe I'm just forgetting the Knight's Longsword? It's probably just because stat-wise it doesn't compare to the Dueling Longsword, and so I never really gave it much attention. UV wants to point out that when smithing you can just hit two places. That's true. We can just do this if we want. As long as I actually hit it each time. I've actually never tried that with horseshoes. I'm assuming it works because it works for everything else, but we'll give her a try now. Whoops. That hit apparently wasn't very good. I had a guy point out in one of my my smithing guide that I made a long time ago for this game. He said, by the way, they nerfed smithing, so he was basically saying the method that I showed on there doesn't work anymore, and I was like, I don't want to be that guy. But I was live streaming the other day, and I used this exact method to forge some weapons, and I got level 4 weapons with it, so maybe it's a you problem. Darius Brewster says, you guys think GTA 6 is going to be amazing, as in groundbreaking game, or not live up to the decade-long hype? The problem is it's hard to live up to a decade-long hype. It's why it's stupid for game developers to space games out that much, is because it basically guarantees that your game is going to be a major letdown. Like, and usually you can get away with that once or twice, so it depends how far apart you space out your releases. I think if you really like Grand Theft Auto games, they're fairly low on my ranking, but if you like Grand Theft Auto games, like you like that setting, you like that gameplay style or whatever, I'm sure GTA 6 will be fine. I'm sure it will probably be whatever, because Rockstar is a fairly competent developer. You know, I'm not saying they never make mistakes, but they generally make decent games, you know. Remember, they made Red Dead Redemption 2, despite the fact that they totally butchered the support for Red Dead Online and ended up killing what should have been a super popular online game mode through lack of support. They did make the single-player game, which is one of the best games of all time, in my opinion. So, I'm sure GTA 6 will probably be fine if you're a fan of Grand Theft Auto. I'm fairly casual when it comes to GTA, so my opinion on it is fairly limited. I wonder if, since there's... Do you just fail smithing on a horseshoe if you don't do it right, since there's not different quality levels? I've never really given any thought to that because it, you know, comes up for missions like this where someone's like, I need some horseshoes, and you can just go grab some out of your chest if you want, or buy some. But, if you just sat there and hammered in one spot with a horseshoe, would it still finish it, or would it just fail? Joshua Hartnett says, the stores for the Kobola-themed Gears mod is in Armor in Kuttenberg. I figured it was probably in Kuttenberg, given that's where the vast majority of armors in the game are. I just hadn't tried it yet, so I wasn't sure. How many horseshoes did I need? I should probably check before I forge anymore, because I think I needed 4, if that sounds right. Peltzel. Does it say how many you need? Oh boy, I'm really dirty. I have 3? We'll make 1 more. Just for good measure. Carrie's commenter here says, some people are still playing Grand Theft Auto San Andreas online in private servers. San Andreas is an incredibly good game, and it made history for, like, the open world design and how free the game actually was for you as the player. I still tell people that my favorite Grand Theft Auto game of all time is San Andreas. As far as the PS2 generation goes, that is the game of the generation, in my opinion. Toothbrush says it fails and you lose the materials. I figured that's what would happen. I just have never done it. So someone said just hit on either side of the tongs. It's never been an issue for me because I just forge them. I feel like a lot of the times when it comes to the blacksmithing, I like the role-playing aspect of it so much that I usually take it way too seriously. Like, I make sure I'm spacing my strikes out exactly, trying to get the rhythm perfect, and I flip it, you know, all sorts of stuff. I've been doing these shortcut ones for these streams just because I don't want to spend, you know, hours forging swords on a live stream. It's probably not the most entertaining form of content out there. My strikes on this right side apparently aren't very well placed.
That looks like it's almost done.
I was having trouble hitting it where I was told to do it. There we go. We should be good. Andre Louis says you just need 2, I think, because each one is worth 4. I don't know. JH says, I never played San Andreas. I was a poor college student and couldn't afford it. I absolutely loved it, but I was quite young at the time, so I played a lot of it for a long time. Trying to remember. As far as the PS2 generation goes, I mean, I did play a lot of games back then, because there were so many. I don't know if you guys remember this, but there used to be so many more games. Like, there used to be literally hundreds of game releases every year. It was so many. But I played probably I would say the 2 games I played the most of on the PS2 generation were Star Wars Battlefront 2.
You're in luck.
No, we needed 3. Oh my gosh.
Do you know? No, thanks a lot.
Star Wars Battlefront 2 and Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Like, I played a lot of games, and there was a lot of Tom Clancy games I played a lot of. There was Call of Duty, of course, the early ones. Like, mostly single-player, because on the PS2 generation, like, Xbox made live relatively easy, but PlayStation didn't really, you know? It was kind of complicated, and I don't think I ever played any online games in the PS2 generation. But to be fair, for the vast majority of the time I played PS2, I never even had a memory card. So I was a poor child at the time, and
are you afraid?
getting my parents to buy me extra stuff for it was never going to happen, so...
Oh, Fortuna. May the best player win.
Yuvi says, I was a poor college student too, so I stole it on PC. That is a good point, Yuvi.
Kurva.
Darius Brewster said 007 GoldenEye. I played that on Nintendo 64, not PlayStation. I had a PS2. My brother had a Nintendo 64. And then later my brother got an Xbox. So it was interesting how that worked, because then after that, I think that was the last one he got bought by our parents or whatever, because he was kind of a troublemaker. So they stopped getting him stuff eventually. And so he never got an Xbox 360. But after the PS2, because the PS2 was the one that my parents bought me, and I had that for a long time. And then after that, I bought all of them. So I bought my PS3 when I was with income from my first job. Then after that, I got a PS4, and then I had a PS4 Pro, and then I built my first PC. So that's my total gaming ownership. Oh, I guess before I had a PS2, I had a Super Nintendo.
Thanks.
You lost, but let's.
It happens. Just watch where you're going next time.
Henry.
So there.
Let's see if we can get some more
It's the. And I dare.
speech XP. Apparently not.
Thanks for sticking.
What at least
Thanks.
for her?
You.
Right.
What's up?
Is there
Like.
stop? Oh no.
In that, I'll go in the.
What are their names?
Ma, and if you.
All right, guys, we got to heal some people.
Listen.
What would you like?
What should I?
Look, he should.
What should I?
If you just. But if he's.
What about?
I.
What about bleeding? Stop the bleeding.
But.
What's the?
That.
All right, let's get out of here. But you probably had a cheat memory card, didn't you? Ha ha ha. Cheat memory card. What do you mean by that? I used to memorize cheats for games. Like, I had a bunch memorized for San Andreas. Like, circle right, triangle, triangle, square, circle was, I think, the lock wanted level 1.
Look, we'll talk later, alright?
What else were there? R1, R2, L1, L2, left down, right up was to add the first weapon set in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. I used to... Crap, I can't remember now. I used to know the one for spawning in a hydrojet. Like, I had most of the cheat codes that I needed memorized fairly well. Chris Tomsky says, congrats on the silver play button, big dog. Glad to see you killing it. Thank you very much. It was cool. I have it on my wall now. Very excited for it. It was fun. My kids love it. They talk about it with all their friends at school.
At least somebody fell asleep.
True crime. True crime? True crime is what I like to commit, not a game I like to play.
All right.
No, I'm just kidding. I do not commit crime, and I do not advocate that you commit crime. And if you do, it certainly would not be something that I would advocate that you do publicly.
Let's take
That's the sum of my legal advice, is don't commit crime. Alright, let's clean the wound. Clean it with a cockerel potion. That seems like a good choice.
I'll try and have a look.
Change his bandage. QZY is defending piracy, or he says, technically speaking, digital piracy is not stealing because stealing means it removes the one item from a limited stock. I guess that's fair. Aaron Moss says, my guy, hope you're doing well. San Andreas was the best, would spawn new Lambos. Congrats on your success, Aaron. This is very bizarre, but these are people that I believe, as long as I'm recognizing names correctly, I know from real life. And it's very uncommon for me to get a lot of people that I actually know from real life popping into my live streams. So very bizarre. But very cool. Thank you very much, Aaron. StarCon. I don't know about that one. Doesn't sound familiar. Lexi is also recognizing people. This healing wounds part of the game is confusing. I sometimes don't take it all that seriously, considering I'm pretty sure most of these people all end up dying anyway. But I know in one of my playthroughs I totally didn't pay attention at all, just gave them all random stuff, and I think one of them survived? I mean, right now we're speedrunning it, so...
Alright.
Clean the wound. We'll use a marigold decoction to clean this wound. Because why not?
Try that. That's not good.
Give him a potion? We'll give him a marigold decoction for that too. Marigold on the inside and the outside. That seems like the smartest and safest thing to do.
I'll try to...
Liquor? I don't think I had any liquor. We'll dress the wound though.
Finished. Alright. I cleaned it.
He'll probably end up dying. We should finish off this guy too. See how Savior Schnapps helps with this fever.
Right. I'll lift it. Well, I did everything. You'll soon be back.
Oh, we didn't. What we didn't work on Kozliak. He ended up dying. So, that wasn't the right call. Alright, who's down here? It's dark. There we go. Guardsman's work.
I came to... What?
I took a blow to the ribs.
Hey, me too, buddy.
Right
Me
leg
too.
hurts like hell. I'm fine otherwise.
Olaf the Moose said, can Kozliak die here? Apparently he can, because what I did apparently was not good enough.
Let me take a look at your wounds.
Aaron Moss says, you're big time now.
Careful, alright?
We'll have to see about that.
Making all over.
Don't worry, my friend.
We were discussing that earlier in the stream about my declining viewership.
Yes. You've got a bruise on your chest.
I'm not sure what they're declining, but
Well, that doesn't sound so bad, does it?
Shakespeare's buddy says, and people just give him money. That's fair. People do just give me money, don't they?
About that.
I don't know yet.
Especially Shakespeare's buddy.
I'll have to take a closer look at it first. Let me have a look.
Alright, let's speedrun this dialogue choice so I don't know too well what he's doing, but he just took a blow to the ribs, so I feel like I won't actually need some sort of a special potion for him. Because I didn't get one. Alright. Sew up a wound. I'll rub this on your ankle. That sounds weird. Let's clean the wound. It's so weird how randomly it's giving me options to use potions for each thing.
There. All done.
Thanks.
Well,
You think
Okay, I don't have anything to rub on his ankle.
I'll give you
about?
Hey, I can give him a Savior Schnapps to drink, though.
This'll have to do.
That way he'll be able to reload the save in case I do this incorrectly.
I'll treat.
See if he lives or dies. Okay. Oh, Clara's not going to be happy with us. I think one of the 3 people that we treated survived. Or how many people did we treat? Yeah, 3. So only one of them will survive. That's some pretty slapdash medicine work, guys. I gotta be honest. You guys should have, told me what to do.
Wait, don't I know you?
I might have even paid attention to it. We're over here to support him to the max. Thank you, Vagan Macarian.
I tried to.
What do you mean?
I did what I
What do you mean by tried?
And I hope I brought
Good
it
point,
back.
Clara.
Thanks, Henry. Now you.
Thanks.
I've got.
Are you finished?
You if you. If he had, I'd really.
I gotta make sure I don't. Yeah, see,
Yeah, you're right.
Aye.
it would have been the speech XP, but we can't betray Teresa. Let's move on. Olaf the Moose says, does he not show up later then? I don't know, this is my first playthrough where I didn't kill him at that camp in the woods. So, not sure. Joshua Hartnett says, just give him random stuff and pray. That's what I was doing here. Olaf, oh, you already read that one. Loke England says, hi guy. Hello, Loke. You're late today. Hour and 50 minutes into the stream and you're just showing up now? Come on, man. Vagan Macarian says, I literally don't have the donate button in YouTube because it's on a hard region block. I would have at least gotten a membership. I guess you'll just have to find out my personal address and send me as much cash as you possibly can. First class, preferably. UV says you can use water or alcohol to clean the wounds. Typically, I usually have something with me, like fine wine or something like that, and I'll use that for the wounds. Just for historical reasons. But in this one, I definitely went into this one, under-equipped to heal people. JH says, can you still make an honest bathmate of Clara if all those people die? I do not know. Yeah, Mikesh was one of the ones. The other one is leaning up against the shed there. If you heal Mikesh, I assume he shows up later, but I don't think I did a very good job of healing him. Darius Bruce just said, it's the medieval times. The medication you gave is better than nothing. You'd think so. I mean, to be fair, real medicine at the time was mostly, like, if you were actually doing what you could, cleaning out the wounds and keeping clean bandages on it. Is the best of what most people could have attempted to do, especially in this situation. It'd be one thing if you were in some sort of a hospital where it could be a bit cleaner, but lying on a straw bed in a root cellar, probably not the best place to avoid bacterial growth.
What the hell is going on?
A bit of a rude awakening.
Vaughan says, I'd gift you a membership if I could. You're one of the group that's always here. That's fair. Shakespeare's Buddy has donated, like, at least 10 memberships. So, there was some chance that you were going to get it.
Who are they? And where the fuck did they come from?
From the tower crest on their banners, looks like the Prague militia.
Good morning, Captain! Please forgive my abrupt departure without saying goodbye yesterday.
What do you want?
Lord Nebak here would like his castle back. My liege, Sir Otto, wants your head. And I have an account to settle with a certain bastard of Radzig's.
Lord Berghoff! Since when did the Chamberlain of our land ally himself with such filth?
Ever since Jobst and Wenceslas started allying with filth like you, Zizka. Sir Istvan Tod is a master of your craft. He harassed Wenceslas' allies, just as you did King Sigismund's. He did a good job in Zassau, and he would have done so here too, were it not for Hanush's pair of buffoons.
That smug little fucker was in his service the whole time.
But I have to admit,
JH and Vaughan do not have good luck. Shakespeare's Buddy just gifted 5 more memberships. Again, huge thanks for that, buddy. But they still didn't get one. They're in every stream and they never get them.
Now your tricks won't help you anymore.
The executioner awaits you, Captain. But if you're sensible, we'll spare your companions. Surrender!
Is there any way to sneak out of here?
Even if there were, it wouldn't get far.
No. And I'm never gonna run from that fucker again.
Lord von Berghoff! Sir Markbart! Lord Nebak! And you treacherous shit! Kiss our arses!
God, is this retribution for my sins?
Yes, it is. It's possible. So I was just thinking of something. Because of, I believe it was Vaughan Macarian says he doesn't have a donate button where he is, because there's a hard lock. Maybe that also prevents memberships. That would be interesting. I genuinely have no idea. I'm not on that end of YouTube. Music for Life says, hey DTG, did you stream Monday? No, I did not. I injured my ribs this weekend, and sitting down still hurts very bad, but on Monday it was totally unbearable. So, I did not stream on Monday.
It'll start soon enough.
Mark Zuckerberg missed the membership gifts. Gotta get someone other than Shakespeare's buddy sharing them. Eventually everybody in the chat can be members.
Hold out. Help out.
We have a chance. Not a big one, but a chance.
Michael, you deal with the shooters. The tower must not fall. Don't worry.
Everyone looks so unique in this scene, you gotta love it. No uniforms or anything, because it's fairly bandity, but we've got Jishka, of course, looking iconic, Henry in our best drip we can manage, and Godwin and
So, to the task, my friend.
Sir Hans, wow, I couldn't remember his name, representing fairly well as well. Music for Life says, hope you recover quick. Yeah, you know, I'm hoping that too, because it hurts to breathe, sit, stand, lie down, all of those things. And I looked it up, and apparently even with just, like, moderately bruised ribs, the recovery can be up to 6 weeks, which sounds too long. I don't love that. Mark Zuckerberg says, yeah, that's the case. You can't get gifted in countries where YouTube blocks the donate button. So why does YouTube block the donate button in those countries? Does anyone know? Because I do not. Oh, we got one kill. That guy's a big True Blood fan. Does anybody know why the donate button is blocked in some countries? I mean, I would assume it would make sense if it was like a terrorist country or something. You know, like if they had a reason for it because of that. But is there any other reason? I should probably try to shoot the guy carrying the ladder. There we go. That was weird. Did you see what he did with the ladder? I'm gonna spawn camp. So Mark Zuckerberg says he's from Russia. That's weird. And you own Facebook? And he said it's due to the sanctions. So I would get if that means you can't receive memberships or super chats. But why would it stop you from sending them? Someone said money laundering, but that wouldn't, like, I can't, all of that stuff is digitally traced, so it's not like it could be laundered. You know what I mean, Vern? Okay, we're gonna have to sword this one. Best Kool-Aid said, broke my ribs and it took months. I don't think any of mine are broken. So, there's that. Is that guy... Oh, wow, I was hitting a guy that... I was gonna say, come on, guy, use your polearm. I don't have one. I was hitting the wrong guy. These quarters are fairly close.
What's going on? You have to drive them back from the gate. But how? I'll shoot you an extra asshole.
There we go. All right, let's see if we can pick up a polearm quick. Come on.
You can't get away from me.
Why won't it let me through? There we go. What, I can't knock down ladders now? Oh, what, they're finally gonna do it? Daresburst just says, what is considered a terrorist country? I didn't mean a organized country that is entirely terrorists. I mean one where, like, a lot of terrorism happens, possibly. Well, it was for the same bet that I had for, as someone already points out, that countries with sanctions on them. That was what my guess was. Alright, let's pick up some rocks. If I can. There we go. Let them break down the gate this run. I let them do that on my last run. Wow, everybody is just super duper in my way. There we go. Plus, I can't miss an opportunity to drop giant rocks on people's heads.
They're retreating! We fended them off!
Did we?
I'll be right with
Oh, JH says, Ernest, people sending money out of the country when the government doesn't want them to, neither Russia nor the US wants rubles converted into dollars right now. I guess that makes sense, or I'll have to take your word for it at least.
It's bad.
What's
T minus 4 minutes till the first smoke. Alright guys, first smoke's coming up. Stop that. I saved your life, guy. Alright. This is knife's work. That guy looks like he has pretty solid armor. Ah, but it's all level 2.
Get it! That must have hurt. Now it's your turn.
Mark Zuckerberg says you can very easily convert rubles to US dollars by getting rubles to Bitcoin and then that to XMR. You guys are being far too technical for me. I'm not a money laundering expert. I stick to the old tried and true ways like owning a laundromat.
I hope so. But unfortunately, it isn't over yet.
Darius Brewster said, what is the first smoke? Something with the Pope? Yes, it has to do with the conclave. We're seeing the first round of elections coming up. If it burns black, we do not have a Pope. If it burns white, we do have a Pope. JH says, yes, Trump is being elected to be the new Pope. Again, I cannot stress enough that I do not think that is happening. And nobody has anything cool on them. It also won't let me back up this hill. Is that why it wouldn't let me up? Because that guy was coming down?
Stop praying.
Vagan McCarrion says we are having a secret conversations with Mark. Oh, was that with the Cyrillics being used? Am I being attacked? I was being attacked. Ouch! Jade says, and if the straw is wet and they can't light it, it might be white then black. Haha, been there before. Yeah, where you think you're like, ooh, wow, white smoke, and then, oh, never mind, then it turns black. Well, when they do the white smoke, it's a chemical that they add into it that makes it very, very white. Whereas with black, yeah, they just put some wet straw in it, and of course it makes a blackish smoke. I was talking to my dad about it the other day, and I said they should, if they end up electing Cardinal Burke, they should burn a tire. Because he's from Wisconsin, and that's a very Wisconsin thing to do. And that would make very black smoke. I wonder if there's, like, Vegas bets for who will be elected Pope. Because I don't know if there are regulations that would,
won't get into the
regulate that specific type of betting, but, you know, Vegas lets you bet on a lot of stuff, so I wouldn't be shocked if they allowed it. If someone did it. Or if you'd have to have a private bookie.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
We get another exciting cutscene here.
Pater Noster, Kies in Kielis.
Time!
Et debiti nobis debitar nostros sicut.
Take cover!
Et nos dimitimus debitoribus nostros.
Everyone away from the wall.
Et ne nos inducas in tentationem. But deliver us from evil.
told you we should have made a run for it. Aye. We should have taken off.
At least then we wouldn't have to listen to your blathering.
Well, the last time I ran away, I lost everything. I'm never going to do that again.
Well, that's just what I'm afraid of, Henry.
I was hoping for Cardinal Sarah was who my hope was for, but
the great thing about corpses is that they keep their mouths shut.
So somebody, yeah, it was JH said if I was betting money I would go with Parolin. He's centrist and Italian. The thing about it is it's important to remember that it's not like American politics. It's not left versus right.
Stood a chance.
To even be in contention for possibly becoming Pope as a member of the Council of Cardinals, you would automatically be in like the top 1% for, you know, when we're talking American politics, for most conservative people possible. There's some variation in that, basically just on a few social issues, but the vast majority of official Catholic stances would be considered very extremely conservative by worldwide standards. Being centrist and Italian depends on the Cardinals, you know, because they're the ones who are electing. So it totally depends on their views as to who has the best odds of being chosen. I feel like a lot of the odds that you see or people talking about it are people who are looking at it from like broad political point of view as to like, well, this person is, well, like you said, a centrist or whatever. I don't really think that makes as big of a difference in a papal election as people might think. I've been seeing a lot of people talk about Pizza Balla because, you know, he's got a funny name. Red X Zeus says Pizza Balla would be an excellent Pope IMO, but I think personally I hope for Sarah more. That's what I said. I think Sarah would make a ridiculously good Pope.
Know what to question them about and where to find us. And I'm counting on you to keep my...
The thing about Pizza Balla would be, he obviously would not be Pope Pizza Balla. He would have he would pick a name. Be like Gregory or Pius or... The thing about papal naming is it tells you a lot about the Pope you're about to get, is because ever since they started taking on other names instead of their own, which has become a tradition, although I don't think it's a rule, it kind of tells you what kind of Pope they're going to be, because usually it has to do with the type of Pope that they respect the most. That's why you get a lot of Piuses and several Gregorys. You get a John Paul. John Paul II comes right after John Paul I, and it's in that sort of respect vein, you know. And it was the whole naming convention there was, in his mind, combining the philosophies of Saints John and Saint Paul. You know, kind of where that comes from. Whereas you get someone like Francis. Francis was never a name chosen by a pope until this last pope. And so that philosophy plays into his philosophy as pope. You know, the way that he approached a lot of things was he did a lot of never done before type of things. So it's interesting. That usually tells you exactly how a papacy is going to go, historically speaking, or at least you can kind of.
What's the penance for such blasphemy?
You can kind of pin it down pretty well like that.
How many are fathers and all that shit, eh?
Arda Selick says USA politics is more like right versus center right. It depends. It totally depends on the election. At the national level, I'd say it's the other way around. I would say it's far left versus center right is more what we've been seeing. It totally depends. This last election cycle, maybe not as much. Maybe this last one would be more accurate in saying right versus center right, but usually that hasn't been the case. The Overton window, if you believe in such a thing, has been shifting farther and farther left all the time. So the most conservative people nowadays are barely right of center. If you compare it historically speaking, that is.
Now, don't tell me there are disputes in King Wenceslas's camp.
Red Xu says, if it's Pizza Balla, he should take the name John. Papa John Pizza Balla. That could be a method. It's probably the best branding. Weddy says, what's up? Not much. We're playing the game, and we're talking papal conclave. because it's the current news thing. Best Kool-Aid said, my wife and I are hoping for Sarah. That's, like I said, that's been my... If I was picking... I mean, like I said, Cardinal Raymond Burke, being from Wisconsin, I automatically have to support. Plus,
Come on then, get your breath
super
back.
great prelate from a record standpoint.
I'll repeat the question.
Be pretty cool. It would be pretty awesome. Never had a Wisconsin pope before. I just want to be that guy.
What were they doing in retire?
But
I don't know anything about
Wendy said, I had to restart because my cousin's kid deleted my save, but this was one of my favorite parts. I had just gotten to saving Hans again. Wow, I would be upset if someone's kid came in and was... I don't let people play on my computer. You know, I have too much stuff on my computer. And it's an expensive computer, so it's a no-go all the way around. But that would really irk me. Typically, when I've got people over, I will not only lock or shut down my computer, but I'll typically also lock my office. Just because I don't want people in here playing with my stuff. And if you've seen any of the videos where I show my office, I also have, like, swords and stuff in here, so I don't want kids playing in my office.
The reason I'm interested is it might come in handy when
Jade
I'm
said, the trend for
torturing
popes,
Eric.
if there is a long-serving pope, they elect an old guy next so he can't have a long term. If there's a bureaucratic pope, they usually replace them with a service-based pope. So since we had a short-term service-based pope, we're likely to see a younger bureaucratic-type pope. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying here, because I think a lot of it's reactionary. I think if you get a moderate pope, or even a... what would you want to call it? A revolutionary type pope, you're very likely to get a reactionary response, and the next one's going to be very conservative, or in church terms, very orthodox. I think it's way more likely to happen. You know,
I honestly don't understand why you're trying to play.
but yeah, I think a lot of times you see that. I mean, we've also had popes that were elected that only, you know, they were only pope for a couple days and they die, like a couple weeks. I think the shortest one was like 13 days. Of course, I could be misremembering that, but, like, it happens. That's because my dad the other day, he was saying the problem with Cardinal Burke or Cardinal Sarah is they're very old, and I said, yeah, that's not... It's never been something that stopped people from being elected pope before. We've had lots of really old popes. Yeah, maybe they don't make the best choice because they, you know, don't live very long, but... religious reasons are not the same as secular reasons, you know? Maga McCarran says he's going to torture the guy. I haven't tortured anyone yet.
Problem. He lent money to Sigismund, who promised him Brandenburg in return.
Jade says there's no far right or far left in the US. Even our extremes are still close to the center. It depends what you mean. If you're trying to say there are no mainstream politicians that are, by worldwide definitions, far right or far left, yeah, that's probably true. But there are certainly political movements, actions, parties, and individuals in the US that are very far left or very far right. They just typically don't get very mainstream because most of the US population is within a degree or two of the center. Mark Zuckerberg says, DTG streams are my place to go for papal news. That's probably not the best thing. I'm glad I can be somewhat informative here. But, it's probably better to go to a more official news source than me. Music for Life says, yay, found it. Excellent Music for Life. Wendy says, I was at my girlfriend's house. I had 200 hours at least. My own fault. Broke my TV, so I used my cousin's and I left it out. That is unfortunate. Welcome to the membership, by the way, Best Kool-Aid. Thank you for joining. Always awesome to see that support. Been gaining so many members recently. It's so unexpected.
Because I don't know anything.
Darius Brewster says, so do they need like an amount of seats or something to be elected? It's a 66%, I believe. A 2/3 majority needs to agree on a candidate. It's not... I mean, I've never been in the Council of Cardinals, but I assume they, you know, a cardinal can vote for whoever they want. Like I said, they could be writing me in. If I get elected Pope, here's my promise right here and now. If I get elected Pope, I will name myself John Paul III. And, well, that would be weird. I'm super young. Unless I got assassinated or died of a heart attack or something, I would probably be one of the longest serving popes of all time. But if I did, I'm just saying, philosophy-wise, John Paul III.
All right. I'll tell you everything.
Marty McFly donated $5 and said, keep doing an awesome job. Thank you, Marty McFly. Two things. One, thank you very much for the $5. Always appreciate that. And two,
And he needs allies.
thank you for saying I'm doing an awesome job. And insinuating that I can continue doing so. I enjoy both of those assertions.
And where is he now?
Immensely.
I don't know. He's looking for allies.
Jay says, yes, I mean mainstream. Actually relevant. Yeah, no, I agree. As far as, like, high-profile elected officials, we don't have very many extremists. People like to really say that we do, but if you look at policy, it's actually not that extreme because they're still beholden to the people, and most of the people are not as extreme as they think they are. So, yeah.
No.
We have not elected Vermin Supreme, so we're definitely not that far yet.
What else?
Best Kool-Aid says, thank you. Redneck Zeus says, yeah, Sarah is old but in excellent health, it appears. He seems to be very robust, and he, does not... That's the thing, yeah. It totally depends, because not every 88-year-old is equal to every 88-year-old. I don't know how old he is, I was just saying an age. Some of them are robust, travel all the time, super healthy, mentally very sound, and other ones barely functioning. It happens. I've got some fairly old relatives. A lot of people in my family die right around the 50s because of cancer and stuff like that. But if they live past that, typically live well above the average. Even my grandfather, who died a couple years ago, he was morbidly obese, he had diabetes, emphysema, he had a million health problems. He ended up living to be 84, which is above the U.S. average for men. And he, like I said, he had a lot of health problems. I have my... great-grandfather on my mother's side, his name was Kermit, interestingly, so fun fact for all of you out there who say I sound like Kermit, I have a great-grandfather whose name was actually Kermit. He lived to be 100 years old. And my great-grandmother on my father's side, she lived to be 97. So I've got some long life in my family.
Don't feel so bad about it, lad.
But he says, how you get membership? Man, I'm glad everybody's really looking into this membership thing all of a sudden. It's an exciting change. JH says, the movie Conclave actually does a good job showing how it all works. Super annoying and unrealistic ending, but the way they do things is well done. I've not seen it, and I've heard various different things. I've heard that it was just a horrible movie and super unrealistic, and then I've heard other people say basically what you said. So, I don't know, because I've never seen it. Mark Zuckerberg says, no, why did you crack on the torture? Joshua Hartnett said, why not leave it to Godwin? I couldn't remember which one gives you the better result. That's why I just clicked it. I wasn't overthinking it because we were having a conversation. JH says, our extremists, in quotes, are Bernie, AOC, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and that sort of thing, LOL. Yeah, I mean, and they're mainstream enough, and they're certainly more extreme than the vast majority of elected officials in the U.S., especially at the federal level, but still fairly moderate by worldwide historical standards. Because when you look at the actual extremists that we study about in history, typically they go a little bit farther than Marjorie Taylor Greene or Bernie Sanders. A little bit more name recognition from most of them. So much so that if I even say them in this stream, it's entirely possible I might get shut down for it, so I'm not going to. Redneck Zeus says Sarah is like a week from turning 80 and aging out of being eligible to vote in the conclave. Yes, but you can be elected even if you're not eligible to vote in the conclave.
I wouldn't let anyone.
I think he'd make a really good pope. Age aside, I really think he'd make a really good pope.
Would I?
So you did recognize me after that?
You think I'd forget someone who saved my life? You behaved like an utter madman who's tired of life.
UV's pointing out the issues on with our news in the United States. Yes, it is a very large problem. Far more so than most of the actual extremism in this country is the news representation of the extremism. Mark Zuckerberg says DTG about to be rich from memberships. LMAO. I don't know about rich, but it's I've crossed well over the line of more memberships than I've ever had previously. I'm constantly, YouTube will send out these little things that are like, hey, you know that people that mention their memberships typically get a lot more of them, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I've never been one for pushing that type of stuff.
Right. Get out of here.
Andre Louis says, so your Kermitness is after your grandpa. It's funny, isn't it? I've had tens of thousands of people over the years that I've been doing YouTube have told me that I sound like Kermit. So like I said, I don't hear it, but I accept that it must be true. Because so many people have said it, it cannot possibly be false. So I wonder, because I remember him. He, like I said, it was only 10 years ago or so that he died, so I remember him quite well, but I'm trying to remember if he sounded anything like me. I don't think he did. Such a weird coincidence, I would say. Darius Brewster says, what comes with membership? You get access to special,
in his chambers at the top
what do you call them, emoticon things that you can send in the chat. You get a little rank by your name that goes up the longer you have the membership. Your name's highlighted in green. You get access to members-only polls and videos and stuff like that. I don't really have a schedule for any of that type of stuff, but I do it from time to time. UV is also now an initiated member. Welcome aboard, UV.
How many people are there?
Thank you for joining. Best Kool-Aid says, I couldn't find the button on my phone. I had to do it on my desktop. That's fair. I don't know about, yeah, I don't know what it looks like on your phone. Typically, when I do YouTube stuff, it's almost always on my PC. At least as far as, like, the stuff on my own channel.
I'll take care of Istvan.
Wendy says they're gifted. Some of these memberships are gifted. Some of them are self-purchased.
Someone has to. And I'm in no state to do it myself.
Jade said, in fact, they can elect someone outside the church if they want to. There's really no rules for them. Like I said, as far as I know, the only standards are they have to be a baptized Christian, and they have to be able to be ordained as a priest. So it cannot be a woman, because women cannot be ordained as a priest. And I imagine there might be something that makes you ineligible for baptism. But to the best of my knowledge, there isn't. But they can elect pretty much anyone. Obviously, the odds of them electing someone other than a cardinal is pretty slim. Barney McFly says, so how can you become a member? There should be like a join button. In the links for all my videos and streams, at the end of the description I have a hyperlink that if you click on it, it brings you to the join member page. So if you're interested and you can't find the join button, you can always click that. Andre Louise joined as an initiated member. Welcome aboard. We're getting way more members than I would have expected. It's very bizarre. I mean, I'm happy for it. I'm not ungrateful. It's awesome that you guys are joining as members.
It's not every day you hear a priest.
But I did not push it. It's just become very
I'll follow it.
Active in the conversation so far. I've never set them very high either. I always made all of my memberships very affordable because I figured if anyone was going to support me, financially speaking, I wanted it to be something that didn't drain a lot of money from them.
What you can find in von Bergov's chambers.
Lexi says, I love how many people are actually appreciating Unico. It's awesome. It's very cool. Andre Louise just sent 5 Dare to Game gift memberships.
Right. Should we go? Godwin?
I've got to be... How many people have joined in this stream? That's 10 gift memberships that were sent out. And what, 4 or 5 people joined on their own accord?
Wait, Henry. I'll give you my
We've got to be coming up on like 20 memberships on the channel. I've never... Or, no, we're over 20. Because... I want to say Shakespeare's buddy sent out 10 prior to today, so he sent out 15. That's 20 right there, plus the self-joins. I must be getting close to 30 members on the channel. Not to mention, I had a couple members before all of this started. All right, let's get ourselves some armor and weapon. All right, now I assume you guys want me to kill everyone in this castle. If that's not the case, let me know, but I think it is. Andre Louise says, but now I demand a Kermit emote. There should be, like I said, you should be able to send the special, I keep forgetting the word. They're not emoticons. What are they called? Icons? There's, like, special ones that you gain access to as a member. And then, like I said, the outside of that, there's also, you get that little... For your first month of membership, you get the little private spars, and it goes up to, like, corporal and then sergeant, and then it's, like, Call of Duty Elite, whatever you call them, what are they called? Prestige icons. After that, if you have it long enough. I know I have one channel member that's been a member for years and years and years, and I think it's entirely possible that he or she forgot the fact that they are subscribed as a member, because I haven't seen comments from that person for a very long time. But every time I go to my members tab, they always show up on there. So, there's a longsword. You take that. Where's some lockpicks? There's some lockpicks. Emojis. Music for Life had to point it out multiple times. Wendy says we want blood. Alright, everyone in the castle shall in fact die then. RDO Ghost says, I think your voice is very cool, mate. I wish I had a voice like you. You could actually make a fortune if they made another film with Kermit. You could volunteer. Right? I've gotten that a lot. People are like, what? They should hire him to be Kermit. My kids would love that. That would make me their hero. As I've already pointed out, the fact that I got my silver play button was a big deal to my kids, especially my middle daughter. She was so excited about that. She's always telling me, like, how, you know, what she told her friends at school and what they said and all that sort of stuff. So it is very cool to my children that I make YouTube videos and that I've gotten the play button. So if I was able to be Kermit in some sort of an official project, that would blow them away. They would be ecstatic about that. Alrighty, let's equip. Oh, we have a crossbow now and some crude bolts. Oh, that's right, I don't have a belt. Alright, let's sort this by that type of thing. We'll keep the surcoat on. We already have the best gauntlets, now we have some leg armor. Alright, let's put our sword back on, though. Andre Louis says there were only 5. 5 what? Oh, the things that I was talking about that I keep forgetting the name of? Emojis? Or there are only 5 people in the castle. You could be talking about either one, because I definitely know that there probably are only so many emojis, and I know that there's not that many people in the castle. The other fun thing is you can, in fact, go through and loot the entire castle again if you want at this point. I probably don't feel the need, other than the fact that if we do that, we could probably make a fairly fancy or ridiculous-looking outfit for the cutscene that comes up soon. I'm a dead man? I don't think I am. Redneck Zeus says, God equips whoever's elected, not necessarily elects whoever's equipped. Well, that's why I was talking to my dad about it the other day, and I said, the thing to remember is that if you're a faithful follower of, you know, Jesus Christ, and you have the actual faith that Christ is king and the Pope is simply Christ's vicar here on earth, you then have to acknowledge the fact that not only should we not attempt to try and select our personal favorite person and be upset about it if it doesn't go our way or whatever, but what we need to pray is that we get what God wants and thinks is best for us here on Earth. You know? And so, I would say Zeus has hit the nail right on the head. Shakespeare's buddy is heading into a meeting. Be back in 30 or so. Have fun storming the castle. I will. I will have fun storming the castle. Andre Louise is sending all of... So those are the 5 things you get. That's my classic Dare to Game logo. Was the first one you sent. That was the very first one when the channel was called Determinator Gaming. That's how old it was. It was a gaming channel named something. Well, it was my gamer tag at the time. That was my PlayStation Network tag. That gaming, and it was a Minecraft icon. That's how old this channel is, just so you guys know. Many of you are in this stream are probably too young to even remember when that's what gaming channels were when they launched. They were something gaming, and they had Minecraft logos and other assorted things of that type. So we had that first, then we have the 100 icon, which when that was made, one of the emojis, one of the custom emojis, that was not a standard chat emoji at the time. That's why that's there. So, also quite old at this point. Then after that, I'm not sure. The next ones are small. What are they? I think one of them is a reference to the Battle of Hastings, which is something that used to come up on the channel a lot. The joke was... a Family Guy reference where it's like, remember, if we win, we get Hastings. Which at the time was one of the funniest things in my opinion, so that would be why that showed up. But but it looks like a Civilization 5 screenshot. Then we have the Bunnybane icon, which is another classic Dare to Game reference to one of the other members. You gotta remember, I am the founder and main personality of Dare to Game, so the Kermit icon is emblematic of that. But I'm not the only person that's ever uploaded on this channel. Bunnybane uploaded quite a few times.
So many papers. But still nothing.
How over-encumbered do you think we're going to be by the time we get through? Whitey said, you should say something like Kermit every time you stealth kill someone on this mission. Just sneak up behind him. Kermit. So far, I've only stealth killed one person, I think. The rest of them I've just been killing with the old beat them to death with a sword method. What do you think the best suit of armor we're going to have if we continue with our current method, which is kill everyone we see and rob every container that we come across? There it is. Nico for Kermit. That's the campaign. They'd probably look at the reference for all of the things that I've done online and they'd be like, I don't think this guy is right for a children's character. And they might be right to make that decision. Who am I to say? Hello, Kermit the Frog here. I have a Kermit puppet. My kids are also a big fan of that whenever I break that one out. I've basically used it for one gag. I bought it and used it for my 10,000 subscriber face reveal video, which I don't think is even up on the channel anymore. And then recently I posted the video of me singing Rainbow Connection using the Kermit puppet, which is also from that 10,000 subscriber face reveal thing. Because that was the joke back then, was it was prior to me ever showing my face publicly on the channel, and I had been told I sounded like Kermit so many times that I figured it would be funny if for all that time I'd told people I would show my face and then it was just a Kermit puppet. So people were like, ah, I was right. It was in fact Kermit this whole time. Marty McFly has now also joined as an initiated member. Welcome aboard, Marty McFly. Out of all the time and space that you could have been exploring, you decided this time and this space. So you decided, well, look at that. There's dice sitting here on this windowsill. How did I not know that? I knew that there was the dice in here, right? Or no? Oh, we might as well take this chalice and crucifix while we're here. Von Bergov isn't using them. In this chest here, you have the King's die, which, to the best of my knowledge, is weighted exactly the same as the normal die. It just looks fancier. Yeah, see, King's die. But I did not notice the one sitting on that windowsill. That's hilarious. JH says, do you think anyone is betting on if the egg crown makes a comeback with the Pope? You're talking about the papal tiara, I believe is what that is called? I don't know if it's called a tiara. I think it is. I'm having trouble remembering, but I think that's called the papal tiara. But I think it would be, because I assume they still have it, I think it would be really cool if Pope started wearing that again. It looks super heavy and uncomfortable, so I could imagine why, if I was Pope, I would choose not to wear it. But it's pretty cool. And historically speaking, really significant. RDO Ghost says, I think that is really cool. I would pay for a film where you were voice acting Kermit. I agree. I think that... Who owns the Muppets? Disney, probably, right? I think Disney would be crazy not to cast me as Kermit in their next Muppets project. Especially because Jim Henson is dead. So they don't even have the regular Kermit voice. They're going to have to go with a cheap knockoff. And I think I'm about as cheap and as much of a knockoff as you could possibly get, you know? So I think it's the right choice from pretty much every argument. Lena says, I'm really excited for them making the combat harder in the non-hardcore mode. Are they going to be making combat harder in non-hardcore? That'd be pretty cool.
Ride the horse into the ground.
I clearly don't follow the news as well as you guys do, so it's a good thing that we do these streams so you guys can tell me about it.
I'll give you a fresh one. Here's a report for von Berghoff. I almost felt sorry for Radzig's bastard. But we got what we want. The main thing is, find Job's spy, Liechtenstein.
What's the matter? You worried about me?
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
You've grown into a very capable young man. But you still have to learn to fight for your place in the sun. Nobody will hand anything on a platter to men like you and me.
I won't forget that.
Farewell.
Farewell, dear boy.
Alrighty, so first thing we're going to have to do is make sure that we are actually equipped with all of the goodest stuff, which, I mean, for weapons we still are. But for, see, look at that. We can't use that item in combat. I don't think I'm in combat. Alright, why is it saying I'm in combat? I haven't been spotted or anything. Anyway, so apparently the odds for the king die are 25% for 4, 21.88% for 2, or for 3, 18.75% for 2, 12.5% for 1 and 5, and 9.38% for 6. So it's weighted most heavily to roll a number 4, but only at a quarter of the time. So that's why I never really used it that much. That is not a particularly useful die. I mean, if you had a whole set of them, it would be better than using standard die. But, you know, not by much. So there's that. Marty McFly says, thank you. You're welcome, Marty McFly. And you know what? Thank you. Thank you for giving me however many dollars a membership gives me. I don't even remember. Is it like $1.99? I feel like I made the lowest one $1.99, and I think that I made the next one like $3, and then I... Oh, that's probably not a great thing. Should have been paying attention. Now I'm in combat. There we go. It's a good thing we're dramatically overpowered. Because if we weren't, this whole scene that we're working on here, or this whole section, I should say, would have probably been slightly more difficult. Because I have not been playing it very strategically. We're dramatically over-encumbered, and we've just been stumbling from room to room without even checking them first. JH says it has 3 crowns on it because the Pope was actually the king of a region for a while. Well, when he was the direct, what do you call it? Executive authority of the Papal States is where the 3 crowns come from, I believe. And as Zeus points out, the Pope is still a king. He is, in fact, still the executive authority of Vatican City. So he is a democratically elected king, but he is, in fact, still a king. You know, by that standard. And they have armed... I mean, the Swiss Guard, I don't know if you would really count them as an army, but if you were to point out, like, say that they have to have an army, then they have the Swiss Guard. They're more of a police force and private security, but still. Alright, let's see if it'll let us put our stuff on yet. Okay, now it'll let us put it on, so we can put our male coif on as well. We could put on a fancy embroidered hood. And let's see what else we can put on. This has slightly better stats. We'll take off the coat of arms because that's throwing me off. Yeah, there we go. We have not picked up a chainmail gambeson or a cuirass. That's interesting. It's funny, stat-wise, most of the stuff that we're wearing is the very first stuff we picked up because it was the best. But there's our outfit. We should probably take the helmet off. That doesn't look very cool. We'll take that and the coif off. That looks better, I think. That's a significantly better murdering look. Darius Brewster said, I just went to look at the Pope crown thingy, and it looks like it would cause serious strain on the neck if worn too long. Maybe not the best for 80-year-olds. That's what I'm saying. I assume the main reason it's not worn isn't the symbolic reasons. It's probably because of the fact that it's super uncomfortable to wear. And like you said, a lot of popes are quite old. So anything that a 30-year-old would look at and think, wow, that doesn't look comfortable, an 80-year-old would probably think that at least doubly so. At least that's what I would think if I was an 80-year-old. Abominable says, how many hours do you have so far in the hardcore save? Well, each stream so far has been 5 hours long, and this is day 8 of that stretch, so 40 hours so far, give or take. Well, it'll be 40 by the end of this stream, if we go for the full 5 hours. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to make it because of my ribs, but so far, if I sit nice and still, and I'm able to carefully, like, shift a little bit during the cutscenes, that's why I keep muting my mic and silently sitting through them as long as possible, I've been doing alright, so I might be able to make it the full 5 hours today. Mark Zuckerberg says, what is this cutscene trying to accomplish? Trying to make it feel sorry for the main villain of the game, or just confirm the rumors that he is gay from the first game? I mean, it works at both. They try to humanize the people in this game. The problem is the comparison between Henry and Istvan is very, very sloppy, because even if you choose to do things, like, ruthlessly and cutthroat in this game, it doesn't ever really come off as a slow slide into Henry being more like Istvan. It just feels inauthentic. It feels like Henry is a passive participant in the evil acts that he is, you know, loosely related to. So I think that comparison, even though they try to make it a thing in the game, never really comes off as authentic. But I would assume it has something to do with humanizing him, or at least explaining why Eric would react. I think the whole purpose is because they're writing Istvan off at this point, because he's about to be done. And Eric is still going to be in the game, and they want you to understand why he reacts the way that he does. So just in case you didn't play the first game, because keep in mind, this entire game was designed so that people who did not play the first game could play it and be at least somewhat satisfied with the full experience and never confused. So there are quite a few points where if you played the first game, it might even feel redundant in this game, like the story stuff that they constantly tell you. But that was the idea, is because they knew that this game was probably going to outsell the first game, and that not everybody who wanted to play it was going to want to play the first game first. So I think that's why you get a cutscene like that. Yeah, someone had asked if you can get the what do you call it? The pourpont that Istvan wears, but no, as far as I know, there is no way to get one that looks like his.
You just won't give up, will you? You know, I actually like that about you. It reminds me of someone.
I'm not like you.
Indeed. Last time you let me go. That's not my style. And it came back to haunt you. So, what's it gonna be? A fair fight? Or are you finally going to learn?
In my last playthrough, I killed him dishonorably, and I didn't like it. Should we talk to him? I guess I don't know if I've ever talked to him. In my first playthrough, I was like, I'm killing this bad boy, and I dueled him and I beat him because I'm an honorable person, and so I default to honorable choices, as you all probably know. In my last playthrough, just to see what it looked like, I got rid of him dishonorably, and I didn't like it. I was like, That didn't feel it didn't feel right for Henry. That's what I said. Is the problem is all of the quote-unquote evil Henry choices you can make in the game, they don't feel right for his character based on the way that he talks and the things that he likes and the things that he believes. You know, it doesn't feel like he would realistically do that. So, let me put in a poll. What do? It's probably kind of a pointless poll. Apparently, if you talk to him, he gives a cool backstory of him and Eric. Andre Louise says, thanks, Mark. He says, hi, Mark. I did not hit her. JH says, the lightest tiara is 2 pounds, and the heaviest was made by Napoleon and weighs 18 pounds. There's 22 still in existence. 18 pounds? That would be really uncomfortable. Commander Jester de Juggler says, I'm honorable too, but he doesn't deserve it, though I duel him for the XP. I mean, he's not hard to duel, and it's not, I guess, with him specifically, it's not as much about honor as it is about the satisfaction, I guess, of knowing that I even gave him a chance, and he was not good enough to defeat me, you know? That's kind of the reasoning that I use behind it. Because you're right, it's not like he deserves honor. He's a piece of shit. He's a bad guy. So, killing him dishonorably doesn't feel as bad as killing Markvard von Owlitz dishonorably. That one felt bad. Especially if you pay attention to the cutscene. You have the option at the end of taking various routes. You can either leave him alone, you can kill him the way that he wants to do it, or you can, like, do it in a much more dishonorable way. And in the last playthrough, I was playing Evil Henry, and I did it dishonorably, and it felt wrong. I did not like it. Mark Zuckerberg says, people, let's be human, let's talk with our foe. If we talk, I'm going to have to actually be quiet and listen, because I don't think I've ever chose that option, so it'll be new dialogue for me. I won't be able to speedrun it. The Outsider just says, Henry is more of a person here, and less of a blank slate. Redneck Zeus says, I have a stream of the chimney in the top right of my monitor. Sip with Sarah commentary in the bottom right and DTG on the left. Sounds like a very solid stream mixture. Andre Louis said, I did not hit her. I did not. I'm glad he got the reference. Wendy says, I talk to him, then I stab him in the chest. Alright, looks like Talk Then Duel is winning the stream, so let's talk.
There was something I wanted to ask you before I end it with you.
You're damn sure of yourself. That's another way you're like me. But go ahead and ask. The night is young. I'm in no hurry.
Where did you find that Eric of yours?
Eric had the same fate as you.
Right. So you're like me, Eric's like me. Who else is like me? Otto von Berghoff? Sigismund?
Eric's an orphan, like us. I found him during a raid in Moravia.
Found him? During a raid? So you made him an orphan?
War is a nasty business.
That's what I keep hearing.
Eric's a common villager, like you. Even more than you, in fact. His father wasn't a noble, but a peasant.
What message should I pass on to Eric when I'm slicing his belly open?
You'll do nothing of the sort.
Oh dear. The smile is frozen on your face. There's no prison that can hold me, as you can see. I defeated Zizka in a duel. I made it all the way here. And just so that I can kill you.
This is just between the two of us. Eric never did anything to you. Leave him out of it.
Well, well. I get the feeling you have something to tell me about the two of you. You speak about him like he was your son. Or when I saw you in the courtyard, there was something more to it. You love it.
Do what you like. Take your revenge if you can. Drown me in blood if you want. But leave him be, please.
Are you begging me? We've hardly got started, and you're already begging.
Yes. I'm begging you.
Where on earth do you get the idea that we're the same?
Because we are. War took your home and family. Do you think you're the only one? No, boy, you're not. But as well as taking, the war also gave our lives meaning. Yours, mine, just like everyone caught up in it.
Whatever meaning war gave to you, it gave me an entirely different one. I want to end it, not get rich from it.
You trying to make me laugh? You want to stop the war started by King Wenceslas's incompetence by helping that same Wenceslas? Sigismund is just trying to clean up the mess he made.
By murdering and plundering?
Fight fire with fire. The Czech nobles were given a chance, but instead of taking advantage of it, they started to rebel.
Oh? And why do you think, eh?
Why? Because a weak king was just what they wanted. Everyone did whatever they wanted and exploited the situation for their own benefit, including your father and Hanush. And Sigismund would put an end to that. That's all that's behind it.
Don't try those games of yours on me.
Games? We're here alone and I'm unarmed. There are only a few soldiers here. There's nothing to stop you killing them. We're on opposite sides. I've already lived through your whole life. I'm only trying to advise you.
Oh, yeah? And what is it you suggest?
Look after number one. Side with the strong. Loyalty is all very well, but the noblemen are just out for themselves too. Who knows if Radzig will think twice about you when the war ends.
I can take care of myself. It's you who should be worried.
I'm worried, make no mistake.
I think we've spoken enough about our so-called similarities.
Whatever you say.
All right, let's accept the duel.
I'm not like you.
Andre Louis says there are only a few soldiers here, not anymore. Yeah, no, they're pretty much dead.
You think you have a chance? Be my guess.
That was certainly interesting. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. We can't use our sword. We didn't use it on Jishka. We can't use it on Ishvan either. Gotta beat him up with our fists. We gotta fist him.
You
Say, apparently I ran out of stamina. There we go.
In the end, see, I was right. The stronger dog. Fucks the bitches.
That was the first defenestration of Trotsky. We should bandage ourselves. That's the first time we've actually taken some bleeding damage for quite a while. We'll also, while we're at it, we picked up a lot of junk. We'll take some marigold decoctions. I'll take both these weak ones.
Bastard didn't have those keys on him. I better take a look in his chambers upstairs.
I was glad I remembered to fist him. And I'm going to keep calling it that, by the way. Because I almost forgot, and I was about to Master Strike him. I was like, this will be funny. I'll get him in one Master Strike. But then I remembered that we said all the boss fights in this stream, we're going to make sure we do it unarmed. So I'm glad I remembered in time. Oh wait, I should end that poll. So people don't keep voting in it. People were talking about PewDiePie. I used to watch Pewds. He was definitely OG YouTuber, so there was a long window there where I did. I was never a big fan of him when he was in his screaming phase. You know, I had friends that were big into that, but that was never my thing. But I did watch quite a bit for a while there. I was never a I don't know what you'd call it, a fan, but I did like some of his content, if that makes sense. JH says, Fisting Istvan is the best name for a grunge band. It's definitely a great name. I don't know if it's the best. I haven't heard them all. But I'd listen to that. The Outsider Jess said the story was hitting a little too close to home, and then said Radzig doesn't know how to father Henry. I was going to say before, because people always say, oh, he's such a terrible father. I don't think he's really been much of a father at all, one way or the other. So it's not to say that he's a terrible father, but if anything, he's definitely an absent father. And when he does show up, he's not very affectionate, but that's not really that weird considering the time and the setting and everything, you know? Henry gave him the Odysseus special. Like I said, I like to think of it as the first defenestration of Trotsky. It's very appropriate, given the time and the setting of the game. Weddy says, if you fight Istvan with an axe or a mace, he still stabs him in the chest with a mace. That would be a very painful way to be stabbed to death. Weddy says, remember, you could try to get Zhishka's mace during the Devil's Ambush. Let Zhishka fight the first two people. I will save before we do that to make sure we get a good chance at it. So if we screw it up and we miss our window, we can try again. But hopefully, it should go rather smoothly, because I do have that in mind. How far are we into this? We're at almost 3 hours. I don't know if we'll have time for it in this stream, but we might. Because I do think I'm going to try for the full 5 hours. My back's hurting, but as long as I don't move too much, my ribs aren't hurting too much. We're definitely super... Hey, look at that! It even put our correct armor back on. We're wearing our regular kit. I guess we could probably switch out the sword, though. Well, hell. I'm going to keep the Proud Longsword on. It's got better stats anyway. Now enters the period of annoyance that I can't take a weapon out of my inventory, though. The Outsider just says, if anything, Henry and Radzig are more friends than anything. And that is what I think Henry needs more than anything. Well, he's an adult at this point. He could use an advisor and a mentor, and, like you said, a friend. But yeah, I mean, he's already been raised. If we're treating this as Warhorse's approved canon, which is that Henry is an adult at this point, he's, you know, probably in his lower 20s or whatever, he doesn't need a father as much as he needs a wealthy advocate, you know, realistically speaking. I was trying to find a tub of water that I could wash myself in. Weddy says, no, he blocks the sword with an axe or mace, and then he pulls out a knife and stabs him. Oh, dang it. That's blocked up. I'm gonna have to go back up the steps anyway. JH is better than the Oedipus special. If you know, you know. The first time I read that, I thought it was the Oedipus special, and I was like, I don't think that that's accurate. But then I reread it, and I was like, oh, Odysseus. I see. Redneck Zeus says, did you explain how you hurt yourself? I did not explain how I hurt myself. In simple terms, you could either say that I hit a tree or I got hit by a tree. Either way, it's fairly accurate. I hurt my ribs in a tree-related accident. Marty McFly says, well, I got some time to kill, so I'm pulling over, taking a break, and playing some KCD2. I'll catch up on this video tonight. You guys have a good one. See you later, Marty McFly. Thanks for becoming a member, and thanks for watching the stream and commenting. So, I hope you enjoy the time that you have in the game. Toothbrush69 says, have you had any game-breaking bugs in this run? I just finished my hardcore run, and I had a lot more than my 2 normal runs. I have not had any so far, which I've been very thankful for, because it would take a long time to, you know, come back from that. I did have one. I was playing the Oblivion Remastered yesterday, and I had a game-breaking bug that I had to reload the save 4 or 5 times to get through. I was way at the end of the story, and it was to the point where you're trying to get into the Forbidden Grotto, and you need to have the chosen armbands or whatever they're called, and no matter what, they wouldn't show up in my inventory. I had to reload like 8 times and keep trying things differently until they finally showed up. So I was a little bit worried that I was going to lose out on that.
I did.
Mark Zuckerberg says you should probably start promoting your Discord a bit more. It's a ghost town right now. I mean, it's still active-ish, but yeah, it's fairly empty. I don't have... there was like a very, very narrow window where I promoted it just a tiny little bit, and that's where most of the people on there came from. It's the same thing as why I don't promote memberships, and for a long time I never even mentioned subscriptions on the channel. I don't like to bother people, you know? I wanna make content that people want to watch, which is why if I produce something for long enough and it's not getting any views, even if I really like doing it, I'll stop doing it, because I'm like, well, people clearly don't like this enough to click the like button or leave a comment on it, which is what it takes for it to do well in the algorithm, so they must not really like the content that much. I've always ran the channel in that way, you know? And so it's why I don't hype up things like, yes, I do have a Discord server. It's linked on my YouTube channel, so if you're interested in joining, it's a great way to join, and you can chat with the community, make requests, do all sorts of stuff. But, yeah, I don't really promote it very much. Oh, there's another person I could have looted. How's the tree? The tree is fine. The tree survived the impact a lot better than I did. Shakespeare's buddy said, could you have left armor in the chest in the kitchen after the feast? That could have been used for killing Ishvan? Yes, you probably could have. Which reminds me, I feel like we talked about that a couple days ago. We had talked about leaving stuff in the bedroom down there that you could use in that scene. But like I said in that video, I typically just kill all the guards, so I am at least fairly well equipped by the time I get over to Ishvan anyway. I always figure, in real life, I wouldn't leave a castle with armed guards behind me while I tried to escape, so in real life, or in the game, it's more immersive for me to go through and systematically kill everyone in the castle before I get to Ishvan. Plus, they allowed me to be captured and tortured, so it's not like they cared about me.
We have the keys, the orders, and our things.
And also
Andre Louise says, can you interact with your chest? Yes, you can.
Things with the Hungarian.
Mark Zuckerberg says, how the fuck did you get hit by a tree? It's complicated. It is a complicated process.
Here you are. Ishvan is
Oh,
dead.
it hurts, though. Oh, man.
And is it a weight off your shoulders?
Andre Louise says, DTG picking a fight with an ent. He's a tree herder, a shepherd of the forest.
Aye. It's a wonderful feeling. Now
Best Kool-Aid says, what's the Discord? I believe it's just called Dare to Game.
It's understandable.
Like I said, I have it linked on my channel. If you click on my YouTube channel, like go to my actual profile, there's hyperlinks with little icons, and if you click on the Discord one, that's a permanent invite to my server.
You could see it in his eyes. You did the right thing, Henry.
Mark Zuckerberg says, it's not really bothering, it's just reminding people of something they want to do but might have forgotten. No, I get it, I get it. I do keep it linked permanently.
I acted like a knight.
So people can join it whenever. But yeah, I should bring it up more often.
Ignored my advice.
Andre Louis says, why not leave all the loot in the chest now? I know, I was thinking of that. I was like, if I could have at least left all the level 3 stuff in there. But now I'm going to be limping through the run mission. I guess I should... I'm going to put up a poll.
You should have gutted him.
Okay, let me put up a poll. For if you guys want me to just try sneaking out. Or if you want me to kill everyone. There we go. I put up a poll. Oh boy.
Thank God it didn't end up worse.
If you've all finished chatting,
JH said, rope, swing, zipline, bicycle, or shopping cart. None of the above. We were at a party over at my uncle's house Saturday evening.
How should I know?
and
never been here before.
there was a bonfire going on, and there was a whole group of us, and we were all standing around drinking, and 3 of my younger cousins climbed up into a great big tree. And I used to climb trees all the time back in my youth.
Well, let's go then.
And so I was like, okay, I will also climb the tree.
In that case,
Oh man, laughing hurts. I should stop laughing. And I jumped up and grabbed onto the branch, and I swung into the tree full force. So basically, for an observer watching, it probably looked like I just ran and jumped into a tree, but basically full force. Oh, and it hurt. It hurt bad. It didn't hurt bad at the time. It like stung a little bit and kind of knocked the wind out of me, but not even really. But I was like, okay, that hurt. I'm not going to do that again. It wasn't until a full day later where it really started to hurt. So that would be how I hurt my ribs. I know it's not as exciting as a lot of people probably imagined, but it was in fact done in a inauspicious manner that was mostly just embarrassing for me. But I told my cousin that once they had all come down from the tree, afterwards we were talking about it, and I said, well, clearly that's the indication that I've gotten to the stage in my life where if we're running from bad guys, I don't remember what I said at the time, like if it were a movie or whatever, I would have to be the one that stays on the ground and covers their retreat and heroically dies. Because clearly I can't get up the tree anymore. I mean, I could easily climb up to a tree if it had a lower branch, but then whatever was following us also could probably do it, so I think at the end of the day I might be dead. JH says George of the Jungle. Yes, essentially swung into a tree and I hurt myself. Like I said, it's far more embarrassing than being mauled by a wild animal or hit by a car or something, but it's also probably fairly realistic. Best Kool-Aid is in the Discord now and already posted pics of Henry. Yes, we do have outfit submissions. That channel was initially made for Red Dead Redemption, but considering I do that type of content for pretty much every game I cover, it has morphed into all sorts of different things. Recently, it's been Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 related. Music for Life says, is that the moment where you have to escape the cave with everyone outside looking for you? Yes, it is. JH says, I bet most of these people are too young to appreciate peak Brendan Fraser. Now, I know what you're saying, but I would say peak Brendan Fraser is the first Mummy film. I do remember the Brendan Fraser George of the Jungle, though. In fact, weren't we talking about Encino Man on the last stream? He's in that, too.
I need to rest.
What has been winning in the poll, guys? It looks like Are we seriously at 50-50 on this poll? That's crazy. You guys are going to have to make a decision before we start sneaking out.
Good idea.
Otherwise, I'll make a hybrid decision, which will be I'll try sneaking out, and anybody that crosses my path will get killed. Keep in mind, if you choose the kill everyone option, we're going to be super over-encumbered because we have a full inventory already. So, it might take us a while to get out of here.
Skip that.
Oh, skip that.
And I therefore call my loyal ally.
Toothbrush says, just tell everyone you were hit by a mace while protecting the honor of a damsel in distress. That is probably what I should tell people, huh?
What does it mean?
Music for Life says, I didn't enjoy that part. I died so many times. I did not.
So, von Burgov and von Aulitz have gone to Kuttenberg?
I've never died in this mission. Now that I think about it, I've always gone through. There was only one where I just kind of speed ran it to get out. And every other time I've just gone around and killed everyone because they're so easy to kill. Almost none of them are wearing armor, you know.
And we have to help Capon.
Best Kool-Aid says, you said peak was Mummy? Am I old? The original Mummy film was from the late 90s. And that's the best one. I think Mummies 2 and 3 are not nearly as good. And then I never saw the Tom Cruise Mummy. But the first Mummy film is, in my opinion, the best Brendan Fraser film ever. It's really good, and it still holds up as an extremely solid Indiana Jones-esque adventure. I really like the first Mummy. Mark Zuckerberg says, saying that you attacked a tree doesn't sound really good compared to getting hit by a mace. JH says, George of the Jungle was 97 and Mummy was 99 and Encino Man was 92. I knew Encino Man was earlier because that also had Pauly Shore in it. And I think by the end of the 90s, his career was pretty much done, which is probably for the best. I did not remember where George of the Jungle and The Mummy ranked. Alright, let's end that poll and see what everyone said. Alright, if anybody wants to give me the sneak out option, there's only 21 votes. You could easily get it so I could sneak out. I'm going to be ending the poll in 12 seconds. That should account for the delay from last time. So 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End poll. Looks like we gotta kill everyone. Alright, you guys, you bunch of murderers, you psychopaths. Alright. Andre Louise also joined the Discord. And Best Kool-Aid asked, anyone remember Airheads? I do. In fact, Airheads still exist. It's not even that long since I've had an Airhead. I think my daughter's got some for Halloween, and one of my daughters has Space Maintainers in her teeth, and so she can't have any, like, sticky / grabby types of candy, and so she gave it to me and I had it, and I was like, damn, Airheads are pretty good. I'd forgotten because it had been so long since I'd had any. The better question is, do you remember Razzles? Mark Zuckerberg says, why does the poll add up to 99%? Maybe I'm the tiebreaker. Maybe I am giving that authority, like the vice president in a congressional vote. Or a Senate vote, I should say. JH says Airheads, the movie with Brendan in 94. I've literally never heard of it. You'd think that if I had, context would have told me that that's what we were talking about, given the fact that we were just talking about various Brendan Fraser movies, and I was like, you know what? Oh no! My Red Star Waffen Rock! And I was like, you know what? They must be talking about the fruit-flavored taffy candy. Guys, am I gonna die? Am I about to die? I can't block this guy. Suck on that guy that tried killing me. I thought for sure I was about to die, right after saying I've never died in this, mission. Alright, let's heal ourselves so we don't, do something embarrassing. Alright. Where's our strong marigold decoction? That should heal us up a decent amount. Andre Louis says, I voted sneak. Olaf the Moose said, not gonna lie, I really hoped Punchable Face made the 1v2s, or 2s and up a lot harder. I mean, it definitely makes them a lot more aggressive and confident, so they don't run off scared quite as often. In fact, I don't know if I've had any people that I've been fighting so far run off scared. When, typically in the regular mode or whatever, once you got up to at least this level, about half the time, especially if you took the initiative in the fight, people would run off afraid. Am I out of bolts? Seems like really weird timing for that. Crude bolts. Yuck. They don't do any damage. Said take the Waffenrock off so it doesn't lose quality. It was already level 1. I'll have to check again. But, it might have been destroyed. Let me check. No, we're still wearing it. Do we have any tailor's kits? We do! Whoops, that's not what I wanted. We can repair it quick. Along with some other stuff. We'll use up all these kits. It'll lighten us a little bit, plus we'll have repaired stuff, which fits my sensibilities a little bit better. There we go. Now our Waffenrock should not be destroyed. Let me check and see if it repaired it all the way. Yeah, it was already level 1, so we weren't going to get any lower in quality. We're also already over-encumbered, so if I come across any of these guys, I might as well take them up anyway. Rennick Zeus says, I don't remember Razzles, but do you remember Shockers? Shockers. Doesn't sound familiar. When I read that, I immediately thought Pop Rocks. So Razzles were a type of relatively... Okay, it's a good thing I checked. I should heal myself the rest of the way, just in case. And while I'm at it, why don't I save? Razzles were like a honeycomb-shaped candy that you chewed them up, like you popped them in your mouth and you chewed them up, and they started as a hard candy, then they kind of turned into a powder, and then they turned into bubble gum. It was a weird candy. I don't know if they even make them anymore, but I remember them from my youth. Vagan McCarrion says, I came back, I managed to have a major falling out with my dad just during the part of the stream I missed. Like in real life, you had a falling out with your dad? I'm sorry. I hope it wasn't serious.
Over here!
JH says, did you dispose of him honorably or out a window? Both. I dueled him, and I did it unarmed, so I even gave him a really good chance. But then at the end, I pushed him out the window.
Show your stuff!
Show my stuff? Why don't you show your stuff?
No, you don't.
JH says, I recently got warheads. Warheads, I remember. They were just a type of sour lemon drop, weren't they? If I'm remembering correctly. No, I feel like candy in general doesn't really have the extremes anymore. Everything is just sugary. That's it. Oh, JH says I was talking to Vagan, LOL. I was like, I feel like you hadn't left the stream. You probably should know what I did, but I didn't remember for sure. Shockers were chewy, sweet tarts with a sour coating like warheads. Okay, that sounds familiar. I've really let my candy eating habits die off. Basically, the only time I'll eat non-chocolate candy anymore, because I still really like chocolate, but the only way I'll eat non-chocolate candy is, like I said, if my kids get some for Halloween or something like that, and they want to share with me, but they don't want to give me the good stuff, they'll give me something that they don't like or they haven't tried. The good thing is, one of my daughters hates coconut, but I love coconut, so two of my favorite candies are, well, anything with coconut is going to be high on it for me because I love coconut. But Almond Joys and Mounds bars, I love them. And one of my daughters hates coconut. So if I can get to her before she trades it with my other children, I'll oftentimes be able to get my hands on a bunch of Almond Joys or Mounds bars, which is always a win in my book. Mark Zuckerberg says, I really wish they would have somehow played on the fact that most of the people you killed are normal villagers. Yeah, like you'd get in trouble for it, or someone would comment, you murdered a bunch of regular villagers. I mean, there's a couple guards here and there, mostly the ones along the road, but I know that when, if you come back to the region afterwards, you can talk to Samin, and I think he mentioned something about how, like, you're like, oh, you knew about that? And he's like, yeah, everybody knows. They sent everyone out. Alright, we don't need this dialogue.
We're a keep heading go, but if you you should whip.
Right.
Don't.
Right.
Good luck.
Oh, that's funny. Andre Louise just said the same thing I just said. Samin says, every available man was looking for you in Apollonia. So yeah, that's what I said. That's the only time I think you hear about anything. JH says, I get the blue sharks on road trips. Is that like Swedish fish? Redneck Zeus says, candy and chocolate are both confections, but chocolate is not a candy. Yeah, that's what I said. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on the sugar content. Because I know that there are, like, legal or maybe it's just cultural things, but, like, Hershey's, for example, labels their chocolate as chocolate candy, not as just chocolate. And it could have something to do with the cacao percentage in it, or it could have something to do with the sugar content. But I know there's a distinction between chocolate and chocolate candy. most of the chocolate that I really enjoy is imported stuff. Like, I really like high-quality Swiss chocolate. And the older I get, the more and more I like dark chocolate. Like, the Dove dark chocolate bites are so good. Especially compared to their soap. Their soap is horrible. I really don't like how it tastes. Oh, these guys die really fast. Even the fully armored guys, I've had a couple of them that have died with, like, one hit to the head. Oh, I have to sneeze. Oh man, sneezes hurt so much more with the ribs like they are. Ooh, that didn't feel good. Alright. So, Vagan Macarian says, I was calmly arguing with my aunt, and my dad was getting annoyed at me for arguing with my aunt, and I told him I wasn't going to stop arguing with her because she is incorrect. I mean, that is the only reason I argue with someone is if I believe they are incorrect. So, that's fair enough. As long as it's done calm and respectfully, as long as respect is due, I've never been of the opinion that arguments are inherently bad. Now, obviously, if it's like a respect your elders type thing, I will always respect that, you know? Like, if it's a child and they're discussing something with an adult and the parent says, stop arguing or whatever, that is the parent's prerogative, because that is how you teach children respect. But if an adult chooses to engage in an argument with a child, they should not pull the I'm older and therefore you have to respect me and shut up card if they start losing the argument. That's generally where I've been at. JH says, blue gummy sharks. They have the white base. Okay, I've seen those. I know of the ones you're talking about. Vagan Macarian says, my dad eventually became extremely angry and claimed that I caused him to have a headache, and then he called me the F word. Slur. Oh, I thought you meant like an F-bomb. What a weird conversation to have with a father. I mean, it's entirely possible that we just have very different fathers. And don't get me wrong, I argue with my father all the time. I mean, I'm also 30 years old, or pert near. But I've never had it devolve into him calling me what I assume you're saying is fag. That's never come up. So, that's a different experience. Vagan Macarian says, the only thing saving me is that the father of my father sided with me. Ah, your grandfather, eh? On TikTok today, I got interesting news. There was a black content creator that had made a video which said that gingers, people with red hair, are black. And she said it multiple times, and I was like, that is interesting to know. So I'm going to see the legal standards of that, see if that means that I can use the word. Actually, the comment I left on the video was, because she said ginger like 8 times in the video, and I said, whoa, with the hard R and everything, that is R word. That was the comment I left on the video, so hopefully that doesn't get me banned from TikTok, because I feel like I'm on my last strike before they ban my account. Because apparently the comment filters on TikTok are a lot more aggressive than they are on YouTube. JB says, yeah, weaponizing respect is not okay, but expecting a certain level of civility respect is fine. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I try to be respectful, especially to people that I respect. That's the thing. There are certain people that have earned my respect in my life. My dad is one of them. You know, it's not just that he's my dad. It's that he has proved to me, at least in a lot of different aspects of life, that he is worthy of my respect. And so no matter what, he gets that level of respect, even if we're disagreeing about something, which happens less and less all the time, for multiple reasons, one of which being that he is learning more and more about the things that we used to argue about relatively frequently that I believe I am correct about, and on most of those things he's come around to my point of view, and on other things I've come closer to his point of view. So we just argue less and less all the time. But even when we do, it's always fairly respectful. Oh boy. Oh boy. Stop it. See, I'm over encumbered, and so this backpedaling is more difficult than otherwise it would be. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. We might need to employ some master strikes. Are we gonna die? I'm glad I saved at that one point. Just in case. This guy with the mace is shockingly good at parrying.
You wanna try me?
Oh my gosh, we're not dead yet. We are. This is like the closest I've been to bleeding out for a very long time in this game. We're gonna need to bandage up pretty quick. No! Oh my god, I thought we died. Alright, please tell me. Oh boy. Alright, let's get some other stuff in us. How about some... we'll take some fox. We'll take some painkiller. Some cockerel. Some chamomile. Some digestive potion. There! That should heal us up relatively fast. That was a bit intense there for a while. I was worried we were not going to make it out of that. Anyway. Wow, I hope this blood gets off the screen soon so we can see what we're doing. Alright, let's catch up on some chat. Weaponizing respect is a classic appeal to authority. And again, like I said, when you are a parent talking to your children, you are the authority. You know, you are the authority. You should... It's a very bad parent who cannot acknowledge when they're wrong. Like I said, I'm not saying you should always engage in an argument with your children. That's the wrong lesson for them, because there are lots of times in your adult life that you do not have the authority to argue with the people that are in charge of you. So it's good to teach children that there are going to be instances where you're not going to be allowed to argue your point. Now, me personally as a parent, I like to make sure that I'm not blustering when I get upset. You know, if a child isn't doing what I said or is arguing or something like that, I find if I'm correct, it's usually relatively easy to defend myself against a child in an argument, you know? So, if it's not, I might not be right, you know? So, it's important to keep that in mind, I would say. But again, that's my rule for myself as a parent. Mark Zuckerberg says, Russian parents are just a whole different breed, so that's expected. Vagan Makarian says, my parents are in fact not Russian, but fall under the Soviet umbrella. I'm not confused as to what to do next because there's a major business opportunity lined up for him. I mean, let it cool down. Both of you should cool down. This is generalized advice here I have for you. Has nothing to do with a business opportunity or any specific information. Let it cool down. Both of you, because that's, you should, if you're trying to reconcile after a fight, that's always the first step, is to get some distance between the actual event and then talk to him openly and honest. Once you have given yourself and him an opportunity to... Were we at 3 health before? That sounds about right. We had definitely fallen quite far. But give yourself both an opportunity to cool down and gain some perspective, and then just talk to him. That's usually all it takes after even a bad falling out, is to go into it with the honest intent of not antagonizing and making things worse, but trying to seek resolution. By the way, guys, I am totally lost, so if you want to tell me where to go, I would definitely appreciate that. Obviously, I could go into the map and try to get a general direction from that, but... Yeah, that was really close to death. Why don't we save? That would be the smart thing to do, right? That was super duper close to death. These people get so far away and they walk so much faster than me because they're not carrying, you know, 1,000 pounds worth of gear. Andre Louis says, Jesus Christ be praised. Jesus Christ be praised indeed. That fight got hairy fast, but we were dramatically outnumbered, and they had surrounded us. There we go. I think I'm supposed to be going this way, so this is the way I'm going to continue on. Miles Curzon says, hello. Hello, Miles Curzon. Are you named after Curzon Dax? If anybody knows what that's from, you get 10 points. Captain John says, I don't know if it's true or not, but enemies in hardcore mode feel like they hit harder and generally stay in the fight longer. I think so. I think they've been buffed. Their aggression has definitely been upped. And so I think that just makes, in general, a difference. But I do think that they fight a little bit harder. Insert name here says, I'm 3 hours late, but glad to catch the stream. Well, it still has a little bit left in it, if we manage to go for the full 5, so at least you're not too late. And also, you have missed some exciting action. We've gained, like, somewhere around 15 channel members in this stream, so that's exciting. Other than that, we've mostly been doing story stuff. So, you haven't missed... Well, you've missed some stuff. The bright side is, it'll be a video afterwards, so if you desperately want to do so, you will always be able to catch up if you so choose. But right now, we're just escaping, and the chat voted for me to kill people, so I've been very killy on my escape. I'm currently just a smidgen lost. I'm not 100% sure where... Well, actually, here, we're at a camp. That'll help me find my location on the map. Insert name here says, since last time I beat hardcore with all 10 perks, but achievements on the Xbox are broken, so I didn't get the achievement. Oh, that sucks. Vaga McCarrion says, I'm sorry for distracting you from actually being a good streamer. Let's find ourselves. I don't know if I've ever actually been a good streamer, so don't be too hard on yourself, Vaga McCarrion. So, is this... That's probably the enemy camp we're at. It's either that one or this one. So... If I just go down to the road, I should be able to find the road by going downhill, and then I should be able to just follow the road some more. Andre Louis says, Deep Space Nine, you are correct. That's 10 points for Andre Louis for recognizing Curzon Dax. JB said, is this the quest where if you kill literally every last one of them, there's a special plaque that shows up with Henry on a mountain of corpses? Is that a thing? Because I am not aware of that at all, and that would be pretty cool. Bloxkilla said, this is the hardest part in hardcore mode. Even if you're near the end point, Henry will still tell you that he's lost. Whoopsie doodle. We missed our shot. On the bright side, it's not that we only get one shot, and we did not miss our chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. So. JB said, yeah, I know that one. Didn't want to specify which one. I figured in case he hadn't finished the game yet. Whoopsie doodle.
He's here.
Did that again. So, High-Dye Ice said Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and Best Quaid said Star Trek. See? I knew you guys were fellow men and women of culture. I say that just in case. The statistics on my channel, like 97% of my viewers are male. So, typically I can just say guys or men or something like that, and it's totally accurate because there's very few women that watch these streams. And watch my videos in general. Captain John says, I thought so because I'm in Kuttenberg now, and even in full armor, I've been nearly two-shot on a couple occasions by higher-tier bandits. No, I think they got buffed. You can't go down the road? Mom spaghetti. Why can't I go down the road? Hey, we leveled up our marksmanship again. You know what we never measure level up? Our speech. Well, that guy really sped up there. The Outsider Jess says, as a woman, I do like your videos. You are part of the 3%. How does it feel being elite and very unique for this channel? I definitely have some female fans. It's true.
It doesn't belong to you.
Yes, it does. How am I a thief? I killed him. Who else would it belong to? I mean, I guess him, but he's dead now. Mark Zuckerberg says, yo, I'm the 3% luck moment. Some people clearly fall into it. Maybe the streams are more popular. Because I feel like statistically we could very quickly get out of statistical probability following that statistic. And the fact that we've got, what, like 60 people in this stream? It would not take too many to throw off the 3% number. Vaughan McCarran says, it's a thing in the Proggers camp. That you can find a plaque of Henry standing on a pile of corpses? How have I never seen that? Does it have to be literally every single person, and are there people that are easy to miss? I think I took 3 bolts before he died. Vaughan McCarran says, we need more women in the field of historical RPGs, at least in the viewership field. That would be the only way to really change my viewership numbers. Lexi1397 says, well, I'm part of that 3% LMAO. Well, yes, that is accurate. My Waffenrock's damaged again? To a critical point? How did I miss that? Boy, I'm carrying a lot of stuff. Yeah, look at that. We're down to 4. Well, if we don't have a... Yep, we're going to have to take it off or it's going to get braked. I don't want to lose it because this is the cool one. I mean, like, the other ones are fine too, but this one's easily the best looking one. So we'll take that off. Unequip. Should we put on a different Waffenrock? We probably have one. Riding Waffenrock? That looks fairly normal. I would like a sleeveless one if we had one, but I think that's the only one we have. I will just leave it off. I think that's just a standing torch. Outsider just says, hell yeah, we goated. JB says, well, plaque was maybe not the right word, haha. It's one of the unique images that play for things summing up the... Oh! What did Henry just say? I wasn't listening. JB says, like, for instance, if you, spoilers, choose to dagger Siggy at the particular point. Oh yeah, I did that. I made a short of that at one point. I was upset that, I mean, it was cool that it was added in that you could do that, but it was not as cool. Where should I go? Should I go up the hill? I can't remember where to find these guys. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to go up the hill. I'll go up right here. I was upset that you couldn't, do the same thing that you can do to him, but to Markbart, or find a way to get, like, do it to one of the guards so you can grab a sword and then you could just fight him or something like that. That would have been cool. Music for Life says 1.3k out of 265 DTG. I'm carrying a lot. Yeah, no kidding. Are we at, what are we at for total? 1.3k, yeah. Pretty heavy. Oh, he said I must head towards the rocks. Well, that would have given me my answer a couple seconds earlier. Not seeing anyone. I remember, I feel like the way that it's supposed to go is that you get to the general area with them and then suddenly a cutscene initiates. But I thought I remembered them being down by the road. Alright, let's check and see where we are. We just walked past this camp, probably, so we should go this way. So I should turn around. Vaughan says, having to fight your way out of Kuttenberg after killing Siggy to get a full-blown second ending would have been cool. Exactly. Like, they could have made it ridiculously hard, you know? Just make it so, I mean, you're already in waiter's clothing. Best case scenario, you can strip the guards and Sigismund and Markvart and make a set of armor out of that, maybe, you know? And then have to fight your way out against the entire town, or at least all of the loyalists. Maybe you could start, like, a intercity skirmish / Civil War type conflict going on. Okay, here we go. I saw a light off in the distance, so I'm guessing that that's where we're supposed to head to. But yeah, that would have been a really cool thing to do. Now I get when we ask for things like that, we're probably being ridiculously demanding, considering how hard it is to make games like this, and to do endings that can be that different based on things that most people aren't ever going to try is asking a lot. But it would have been cool. Alright, well, we found another bandit camp. Where am I? Am I just now down in this camp? Was I in this camp before? Was that where I was? Because I feel like I have to be going in the right direction. Tunnel in the cliffs. I mean, I guess I'm just going to follow the lights. I know Gollum would say don't follow the lights, but when would we start taking advice from him? JH says, just boned Rosa, and then she said it was a one-night stand, so I quit the game until my next session. I know, I hate when she says that. I'm like, why be like that? I thought you liked me. Bro. I can't believe we actually hit that shot. Hey guys, also, am I going the right way? I feel like I have to be going at least somewhat the right way. Otherwise, how would I have run into another person? But seriously, where the heck am I? Mark Zuckerberg says, I really wish they would have do what Baldur's Gate 3 did with how open it is. The more open a game like this is, the more fun it is to engage with the story. That's always true. Said I was in Gules' camp. Where? So which one of these is Gules' camp? This one or this one? Because I gotta know how to get down to here. Like, I genuinely have no idea what direction I'm supposed to be heading in. Why Teresa is bae. Teresa is bae. Yeah, you're right. That, comparing her to Rosa, the only one I think that compares to Teresa is Catherine. I don't... Like, Rosa's fun and all, but I don't think she and Henry have the connection that Teresa and Henry have for sure, and Catherine and Henry can have if you know, follow the correct path in here. The one near the Apollonia name is Gules's? This one here? So I was heading in the wrong direction. I was here, and I thought I was heading this way, but I ended up going that way. So, now what? I'm gonna head downhill, towards the camp. Because if we do that... Outsider just says I don't like Catherine. If you do all the, like, optional dialogue and stuff and pursue it, I think I do like her. I know people have said she feels a little bit forced. I mean, in this stream, it doesn't matter, because we're staying loyal to Teresa in this stream. So, it will not be a concern. But I certainly like her more than I like Rosa. I think her and Henry have a more natural chemistry, and, like I said, if you follow all of the optional stuff with her, she definitely feels like her and Henry are at very different developmental levels. Outsider just says her assets are nice, but the attitude isn't. I guess that's fair. Alright, so, you saying we're right here. So, what is the best way for me to leave without getting lost? She has nice tracts of land. She has huge tracts of land. Fitmore is Jishka's GF. Outsider Jess says I'm romancing Capon since the wifey isn't here. I mean, we'd have to decide which one do we think Teresa would be the most upset about. If Teresa is your ride or die, what's the best option. I mean, I feel like Teresa's first choice would be not to be screwing around with anyone, you know? Just to actually be waiting for her, which is, like I said, what I'm going to be doing. I have never, like I said, there was one time where I played this mission where I just basically speed ran it. And got through that way. It wasn't through sneaking. I just heard someone talking. It wasn't through sneaking, but we did that. But every other time I've played this, I have just gone through and killed absolutely everybody. Or at least everybody that I could find. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking happened. All I had to do before was go up to the rocks so Henry could progress the search area down a little bit further, and then I could have come back down to the road and kept walking. Teresa finds out Henry romanced half of Bohemia and decides to murder him. I mean, that should be what happens if you go through and do every single romance option in this game, and then Teresa shows up at the end, she should be, like, pissed. Or, like, I mean, obviously it would be really funny if she just showed up and stabbed Henry or something like that. That would be really funny. But just her being irate would also be very, very amusing. It says I'm going the wrong way, but it's no way that I turned entirely around, so if I follow the edge of the map, or the edge of what it'll let me do upwards, that should lead me to where I'm trying to go, right? Because like I said, there's no way I'm at the opposite end of the road, because the uphill portion of Apollonia is on the right side of the road. I know that much. How am I going the wrong way? Am I going the wrong way, guys? The outsider just says Teresa used to make out with Bianca. She gave Henry the okay to sow his seed and Capon would hurt less than Catherine. Did Teresa make out with Bianca? I don't remember that. I'm too over-encumbered to sprint. Can you guys believe that? Okay, I've made my way back to this camp. Is it this camp? So I should be able to just turn left up here, and it should let me keep going, right? If I go through here? JB said, I mean, as much as I hate to admit it, with it being 1403, I think most people would be very unaccepting of Hans' romance, including Teresa. No, yes. Historically speaking, that is certainly true. If Henry engaged in any of the optional activities with Hans, it would make him a outcast pariah, and depending on his status, probably severely punished. And yes, I seriously doubt Teresa would be fine with it. From a realism and historically authentic point of view. Well, we actually made it through. The outsider just says, it was in KCD1 they implied that Bianca and her had a little something. I must have missed that. It's probably in the Woman's Lot DLC, I assume?
Vulcan.
I did not know that.
Catherine sent me. Things got a bit complicated.
I'm gonna mute the mic, because my back hurts, and I need to try shifting around, and I don't want to make a bunch of unpleasant noises while I'm doing that. Let's enjoy a cutscene!
Carry straight on to Yichin. The Merchant Road will take you right to Kuttenberg.
But you're not coming with us?
No. I have to go back to Razig and Hanush and tell them what's been planned and what happened to Lord Capon. Look, it's high time you got going. Watch out for yourselves. Especially you, Henry. I don't have to come back and look for your body again.
I'll do my best.
Look, if you find yourself stuck, look for Sir Odorin of Rabosh and give him this ring. He'll help you, even if he's not too happy about it.
Godspeed!
So, we finally got him. How does it feel?
I said, how does it feel? Do you really think you could get rid of me? No, no, dear boy. You and I still have a lot of work to do.
Henry? Are you hurt? You fell asleep. Are you all right?
Alright, the sword and the quill. Now it's time to see if we have inherited any game-breaking bugs. Because I feel like if they're going to start showing up like game crashes and stuff like that, it's going to be now that we've gotten to the Kuttenberg region.
They look pretty frightened.
Maybe they were just in awe of your beauty.
My, you've got a silver tongue, eh?
Not that I want to contradict, but I think there might be another reason. Sigismund is riding roughshod over the country, so the people are cautious.
There's some references to the GTA 5 trailer going on in the chat right now. Hey, we're managing to ride a horse while super over encumbered.
He's no saint.
I think once we get to Sukdol, I'm not going to go into the conversation right away. My back and ribs are starting to hurt real bad. I'm guessing the painkillers have wore all the way off. I think I'm going to look for that as a natural stopping point, and we might be ending the stream painfully early today.
He's a drunkard.
It's getting harder and harder for me to stay seated in this chair, and every time I move it hurts real bad.
Why do they call him the Dry Devil, anyway?
You can ask him yourself when you see him.
I don't know why he's dry.
but I know exactly why they.
Toothbrush says, please check if the Mouth of Hell quest works for you when in Old Kutna. I will, because I love that mission. I always do that one. It's one of the more unique ones. Outsider Jess says, Jason sounds like an off-brand Arthur Morgan. Who's Jason?
That's all I'm asking.
What is this sook dog place we're heading to?
The fortress of Lord Pisek, Mint Master to King Wenceslas.
Brandon Curse says, I wonder what happens when the scene
And will a
ends.
man of his stature see us?
I do not
We'll
know.
find out soon
Outsider
enough.
Jess says, need an office chair.
Dry
I
Devil
have,
vouches for us.
And what's your plan after that?
I've got a pretty good office chair. I was about to say I have a gaming chair, but I was thinking too far in the past. I haven't had a gaming chair for a long time. I bought a fairly nice office chair a couple of years back because I spend so much time at my computer.
I don't know.
That
His uncle
I
has
do have a pretty good one.
reputation for being a
Brandon
pinch
Curse says
first.
expecting a crash.
You know him, Henry?
It definitely could. We'll
I don't
have
know
to
where
see.
you heard that from.
Baga McCarrion says, please recover so we can have our full 5-hour streams
That's
quicker.
all by the by anyway.
I'm definitely hoping that I stop having all this pain soon for lots of reasons. Not the least of which being that it makes it very difficult for me
Will it
to
be dangerous for Sahad?
do stuff like
It
this.
will, and for us too.
Vaughan
I'm
McCarrion
sure
says Jason is one of the
Lord Capers
GTA
is
6 main
expecting
characters.
that. He
Oh,
wrote Trusky's
I have not
messenger
seen the
to
trailer
the
yet.
dog.
I know that at
reckon
least
you must
one
have
trailer
some
is out
idea
for
what
GTA
might
6
happen.
already, but I haven't watched it yet. I probably should at some point, because like I said, I'm not huge into Grand Theft Auto, but it is significant enough in the gaming world that it's probably better if I get an eye on it. We'll have to see. If they make it more like Red Dead 2 than GTA 5, obviously not a gameplay-wise, or like, I should say, not a story and setting-wise, but gameplay-wise, it's possible I could get super into it, because I loved Red Dead 2.
What's this? The gate's wide open.
Watered, fed, saddled, first thing. Understand? Yes, sir. Greetings. What's your business here?
The blessing of our Lord Jesus Christ, sir. I expect your Peter Pisek. I am Jan Žižka of Trocnov. I have an important message for your guest, Hinek of Kunstadt. Actually, for you two.
A message for the Dry Devil?
Well now, Captain Žižka and young Henry.
Margrave Jobs.
Sir.
I'm afraid your friend Hinek is no longer here. I'd love to know what brought you two together. But also, what the hell happened to you?
Well, sir...
Unfortunately, I'm otherwise occupied at the moment. Get some rest. You're clearly in dire need of it. We'll talk tomorrow. Sir Peter, please, take care of our guests. Yes, sir. Let's go!
He's all we needed.
You must be tired and hungry after your journey. Follow me.
You have a very fine fortress, my lord.
Well, we haven't crashed yet. This is a bummer, too, because my plan was to make it until we got to the Devil's Den in today's stream, if I could. Because that way, you know, that's a much better natural stopping point. Alright, we need to eat. So let's sort it by this. Alright, let's drop all this. 0 food. Anything under 10, I feel like. Well, we'll drop anything in the red range. That way we don't even risk food poisoning. Or at least I don't think we do. I think once you get up into the alley, you're fine. Oh, we definitely ate more than we needed to. I wasn't paying close enough attention. A through Z. Let's get some cockerel. Alright, let's take a bath. Yeah, I'll have to look after I get done with the stream. I'll have to check out these so-called trailers. I don't even know if I should say so-called. That doesn't make any sense. They're obviously trailers. Should get our stuff back on, or at least get an outfit for it. Actually, let's, Can I take a bath right away? I think I can at this point. The Outsider Just says the hairstyles they added into this game somehow make Henry even look more like a Chad. I think it helps having facial hair. Okay. She ain't open. Let's see if Maid Zuzana is. Nope. Alright, well, we'll go. I know I have repair kits, so I can repair all this stuff with me. If I have access to the chest, which I believe I should. Shakespeare's Buddy said, another great stream. Thanks for hanging in, DTG. Hope you recover quickly. I also hope I recover quickly. Once I get kind of this wrapped up here, I'm probably going to be peeling out. Quadrula says, I'm more excited for Elder Scrolls 6. I like that universe a lot more. I mean, I certainly like the Elder Scrolls universe more than I like Grand Theft Auto. But like I said, I don't have anything inherently against Grand Theft Auto. The modern setting, like a modern city with cars and all that sort of stuff, is my least favorite setting for open world games. My favorite is straight up history, so no fantasy, especially medieval. After that, it's probably medieval fantasy. After that, it's probably post-apocalyptic. And then I go back and forth based on quality between whether I like regular contemporary modern day or sci-fi the least. Those ones always rank the lowest for me though, just because, you know, I'm not as into them. Alright, we had enough blacksmiths kits. Never have enough armorers kits. That seems to be the thing that we use up the quickest. I probably should have been more discriminating with the armorers kits so I could get all of the level 3 stuff for sure, because I do want to sort out all the level 3 stuff. Hey, we can fix our Waffenrock though, so that's good. Where did I get a damaged level 3 fitted veil? I don't remember killing any women. Wow, we have a lot of stuff. I'm just glad we haven't crashed yet. Holy crap! How much clothing do we have on us? Outsider Jess said, I was always more of a Saints Row fan and they dropped the ball. Yeah, Saints Row has killed their own franchise. They lost track of what it was to be Saints Row. A lot of people always saw Saints Row as a Grand Theft Auto competitor, but realistically speaking, that's never what they actually were. And I think it was in that attempt that they lost what actually made them somewhat unique. And then they just also, in the end, ended up making a really bad game. No, out of the two, I would say I was certainly more of a Grand Theft Auto fan, but like I said, they fall under the category of my least favorite setting. Or one of my least favorite settings. What are we at? Mark Zuckerberg says, do you plan to stream anything after you finish the series, if you finish it at all, since you might not have if the views drop? That's a good point. Yeah, if these streams get too unpopular, I'll probably end up not even finishing this series because, you know, like I said, that it's not just that, because a lot of people who don't do YouTube or stuff like this, they don't understand. It's not just that the thing I'm doing isn't getting lots of views. It's that if I keep doing things that don't get views, the YouTube algorithm will leave my channel behind. Even if I release something that would be very popular normally, it will specifically not even show my subscribers that video because they haven't clicked on the last 30 ones I did or whatever. So it's not just like I'm... oh, Redneck Zeus gave us an update. Black smoke. That is definitely what I expected. It would have been weird to get white smoke right away. But anyway, if it gets to the point where my streams get so little views that it's actually hurting the channel, which it already has been, by the way. The streams, I've been enjoying doing them and everything, but when we're getting less than 2,000 views on them, that very negatively affects my channel and the algorithm. But anyway, I don't have specific plans for streaming. I never do. It always comes up to a point where if I like a game and get comfortable with it to the point where I know that I would enjoy streaming it, then I'm more likely to stream it. So I never have specific plans for it, but it is certainly possible, especially if if I am playing something that I really, really enjoy. But yeah, don't have to... JH says, so what is the best authentic medieval game then? I mean, the Kingdom Come Deliverance games are definitely... I would say they're my favorite for an authentic medieval game where it's not reliant on fantasy stuff and just overall quality of the experience. Because like I said before when we were talking about it, there's a lot of medieval games that I really like. Like I said, I love the Mount and Blade games. I have played a lot and enjoy a lot of the Total War games. Chivalry for a pure combat game, like I said, there's lots of them that are a lot of fun, but Kingdom Come Deliverance is my favorite. Outsider Jess says in the next update they should make the vendors have more money. That's why I have a mod that adds that, because it's very annoying that the vendors have so little money. Outsider Jess says they killed the franchise twice, first with 3 and then the reboot. Yeah. Anyway, Outsider Jess says, however, they still show me videos in my notifications from channels that I haven't watched in like 5 years. I don't fully understand the algorithm, but I've seen that too with channels I'm subscribed to. There'll be channels that I have not watched videos for so long that I've entirely forgotten about the channels. And then for some reason they'll send me notifications for that. But then they'll have channels that I watch every video they upload, the first day they upload it, and they won't send me the notifications for those uploads. So I don't know. I genuinely do not understand it. But anyway, ooh, Joshua Hartnett said, what about Medieval Dynasty? Yes, I do like Medieval Dynasty. I've covered that on the channel quite a few times. So if you've not played it and you're interested, it's a dynasty building game. Like, you can build a settlement and stuff like that, but it also has some elements of RPG stuff in it. I've got videos on the channel for it. It's a pretty dang good indie game. I really enjoy that one. But yeah, that's all for today. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope if I'm able to stream again, it'll be on Friday. So we'll have to see how I'm feeling at the time, but that is the next time that I plan to stream if I can. So definitely join me then. If you haven't already, please like the stream. And after I cancel out the stream, it turns into a video, and it would always be good if you'd comment on that. But that's all for today. We'll see you next time. Thanks to all the people who joined up. It's exciting to have this many channel members. It's territory we've never been in before. But yeah, we'll see you all next time.